Oh, I wasn't muted, was I? Whoops, whoopsie daisy. How's it going? I'm tired. But we'll do well today. We got a lot of good stuff to do with this. We'll hook up that gas pedal. Let me go find the connector for that gas pedal. I think it's over here. And the speakers actually have some bass to them, huh? You guys can't hear that. Yeah. You guys can't hear that because they're, you get your audio directly. Little monitors that I have sitting up on top of the rack case are bopping away, making noise. What did I do with that connector? Yeah, not bad. No, not terrible. They're the M Audio, quote-unquote studio monitors. They're really just PC speakers. What did I do with that connector? Automotive connector. I specifically bought for this, even though it doesn't quite fit. It doesn't quite fit. Not quite. Not quite. Ended up in one of the bins, I think. Had it around. I'm hoping we get into a flow today, because I'm not feeling great. I think I was up late. I think. Damn it. Dag nabbit. I probably have it in a pretty logical location. Usually that's where things go. That's how they do around here. I don't see it. I don't see it nowhere. Maybe it's out on the desk somewhere? How's it going? I'm doing okay. I can't complain too much, but I will. Rules of this world. I will always find something to complain about. I'll always feel overworked. But I'm good. Back here? On this pile of wires. Sort of need it. It's the last thing we have to hook up. Hey, Louie, how's it going, man? How you doing? We're just starting out here, so people are trickling in. But the sim setup is going well. I don't know, you probably haven't been brought up to speed. The music, by the way, is a buddy of mine, Big John. He has like an architectural shop in Philadelphia. But yeah, he does some DJing. Does good stuff. But yeah, the sim setup, we've come back to it. The real car steering wheel, actual Mercedes steering wheel on a 2-horsepower 3-phase motor. It's controlled by a Granite Device SimuCube, and right now we're getting the digital communication line going with all this stuff. So I actually made a 3D printed shifter. It's all 3D printed. It's ridiculous, but I put RC car struts on this to make it feel a little bit more like a real car shifter, and it's okay. I need to add a bigger spring on the one side, but that will help me do the My Summer Car Rally better, because I'll be more comfortable about the gear that I'm in. With the sequential shifter, which will still work. Shifter will still work. Hey, there's some cacophony. All the streamers are starting to talk in my chat. This sequential shifter worked, but I would double shift with it. So I printed this Open H shifter project, and then I also took some of the files and modified them so that this would work better. I'm looking for the gas pedal connector right now. I've got actual car pedals. These are from a 2015 BMW. So the gas pedal, after all those controversies about people hitting gas pedals wrong, because they thought the brake pedal was the gas pedal, this thing is like a solid piece of engineering. It will always feel exactly like a gas pedal, and it outputs 0 to 5 volts, like very cleanly. For the brake pedal, still have a load cell, but I had to attach it to the top of the pedal box. This like pedal mounting stuff. So that bracket right there holds this load cell with a little backstop on it. So that I can only put so much force into. And then over here, oh yeah, okay, yeah, sorry. Dance party, too much dance party. For the clutch pedal, I had to come up with basically a cylinder that would replace the hydraulic cylinder and feel like an actual clutch. So that's the project, but we're gonna get into that in a minute here. This is just the start, where people are gathering. Much better. Yeah, sorry, the difference between the volumes from YouTube to SoundCloud, or Mixcloud. Mixcloud, I guess, has much more volume. There are those damn emotes. You and Demethol are hitting me with all these Sark emotes. All these Sark emotes. I need more Djibouti emotes. Where's that connector? That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm looking around for. Freaking connector. That was like in the way. It was in the way. I wanted it gone, and then I got what I wished for. Now I regret it. Yeah, yelling actually is helping me get going today. I was a little tired to start the day. And I can just miscellaneously yell at all of my setup here. It happens to help. Yelling at inanimate objects. Today on Oh Bother. Everybody got weird emotes. I love it. Yeah, I don't understand why streamers, like, I've heard streamers be like weird about like, oh, it's my chat. I want my brand in my chat. Why would you use other people's emotes? Like, fuck that. I want to see as many emotes as possible. I want to see all of the emotes. I want to see all the different places you guys sub to, because I love it. I love it. I hunger, Father, I hunger for more emotes. Father, please, I hunger. All right, let's see. Where else would I put that stupid thing? It's not even the right connector. Oh God, what is that? Is that a buzz nom? Bjorn B. Oh God, just what we need is more B emotes. We got all the people posting all the voice box emotes all over my chat, and I hate it. I hate seeing other streamers. I hate it. I hate them, and I hate their emotes, all of them. Yeah, there they are. There are the bees. Not the bees. All right, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Fuck, what did I do with it? Maybe it's in this bin over here. This bin over here? Where'd the bin go? Imagine being that person, I know, right? Oh yeah, who's got the frog? Oh yeah, that's Tom Thinks. Yeah, that's a good emote. All right, I think it's in a bin. It might be in a bin like all the way over here. What did I do with the bin that had all the car stuff in it? Oh yeah, here it is. But is the connector in here? No, of course not. Of course it's not in here. It is nowhere, and it is everywhere. All right, if you was a connector and you was hungry, would you eat yourself? Where the hell did I put it? Huh. Huh. Maybe it's too powerful. We'll never find it. Imagine being that person, yeah, right? Yeah, what are all the no-nose emotes? French stallion, apparently. Is that a Germa? No, it's not Germa, but man, all the weird noseless emotes that people have. Take a look up here. Nope. I swear, man, I was tripping over that connector and now I can't find it. Now I'm tripping over the connector. What are you doing? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. We're letting people gather ahead of the stream so that I don't have to explain myself 1,000 times as people trickle in. Brett has some hilarious emotes. Yeah, Brett Ultimus. There's some great emotes. Where is it? Where are they? Now, yeah, as a result of my looking around, I've now strung myself onto a bunch of other stuff. I'm gonna be dog sitting this weekend. An adorable golden retriever puppy. And as such, I'm gonna be streaming every day up until Friday. I'm not gonna stream on Friday, because that's when I get the puppy. And then I'll see about doing a Saturday. Probably won't. But the owner of the adorable puppy was in chat saying, "Make my dog famous." put her on the internet. But I may not stream that day. We'll see. I'm gonna be too busy petting the puppy, which may be a good stream. But that's what I'll be doing. So that's the plan this week, is I'm gonna grind myself into a pulp, actually streaming every single day. You guys will see the mental tax that streaming takes on a person. I'm not seeing this connector anywhere. I don't think I hit it. I wouldn't have hit it. It's more than likely I just tossed it somewhere. It's like 60 degrees out right now, so I'm gonna be sweating this whole stream. I need to be like frozen in order to stream. I don't know where this connector is, man. There's like 4 places I would have possibly put it, and it's not in any of them. What you saying? What is that? What? Tesseract. Who's Tesseract? Man, you guys get all over, don't you? There's cursed Katie. Tomat. Tomat. 154. Is that like a police code? Yeah, the doggo arrive was one that I found. I was looking at BTTV and stuff, trying to freshen things up a little bit. I need to make a couple of emotes. I have some good ideas. Kind of. For emotes that I need to make at some point. Get off my sweaty ass and actually do something around here. Refresh our personality on Twitch a little bit. Oh God, I ate a tuna sandwich with no cheese. Nothing. It was just tuna and bread and mustard. We'll see how badly that reacts with my stomach while I stream. I'm gonna be burping up fire for no reason. Nothing. I don't see this freaking connector. Oh, what are you doing to me, man? Where did you put your own stuff? What did you do? Why did you do? Voodoo. Voodoo. Ow. Oh, I know. I know GIMP can do animated GIFs. Each layer is a frame number, and then you have to choose the type of, you know, whether you want the whole image replaced every frame or if you want it to do the contextual. So yeah, listen, man, I know how to use GIMP. GIMP is my bread and butter. The only thing you can't do is draw a frickin' circle. You can do a highlight of a circle and then color it in, but it doesn't do basic shapes for some reason. Because they're too good for that sort of thing. Where is this connector? Damn it! I'm getting mad at nothing. I'm getting mad at inanimate objects for not existing. Where did it go? What have I done with a thing like this? Why would this do this to me? Why? Is it in the connector bin? My garbage bin of connectors that sits below the desk? I've seen Louie streaming with Damon, doing some Halo kind of action. I didn't get time to watch though, because of schedules and whatnots and real life. But it looks like fun. I'm glad to see Damon on the internet again and doing stuff. It's good to see him around. Good to have him around. He's good people. Where the hell is this connector? It's driving me nuts. Nuts! You know, if you want to join in sometime? Yeah, if I have the time. I've been trying to get shit together around here. Trying to actually finish projects before I pivot my channel 100% into gaming. No, I've actually gotten my mixer set up for a good stream, a good gaming stream in the very near future. I need to look at mods and get them all running. He hit partner in record time. Yeah, he had like 300 to 400 people, like, just instant. That's beautiful. Twitch treats people differently if you immediately have a huge audience. It's crazy. Like the YouTubers coming over were able to actually they're actually able to negotiate rates and stuff. Yeah, we built our audience from nothing though, because I was looking at YouTube like, man, YouTube is fucking scary. I don't know if I want to do too much with YouTube. And so I just started streaming on Twitch, and it was like OctoJ and a couple other people got me into affiliate, and then from there it's been just like a slow uphill grind to get as many viewers as I have. It's been great though. I mean, you guys are awesome. So yeah, pretty crazy stuff. Pretty crazy stuff. All right, if I can't find this connector, I guess I could just solder pins on. Solder pins on. I streamed to 0 viewers for like a year. Yeah, that was, well, so I had the built-in friends who were, you know, just from like a little Discord that was from the previously recorded live moderation team, right? It was just like a couple friends who watched Prereq a bunch. And so I just start streaming, and I would actually put, I think I was putting like a link to my stream in like a Star Citizen guild at that time, like way back in the day. It was the test guild, please ignore, something like that. But yeah, I got like 2 viewers from that, but it was like 2 people watching, like 2 to 3, and that gets you affiliate. So it can be a grind. It can be a grind. Where the hell? So it's bothering me that I don't know where this thing is. That I was literally tripping over this connector. Maybe it's right next to the box. No, nope. I should be so lucky. It was in this bin, but then it disappeared from this bin. I'm already starting to sweat, Chet. It's hot in here. It's hot in here. It'd be 60 degrees. What's the actual temperature? 71. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. 71 degrees is not survivable. Ow. Bumped my leg on that chair. Yeah, I loaded the mixer up with a bunch of funny music that hopefully won't get copyright struck. I got a good game stream coming up. An old game that I used to love. Been gearing up on that one. But I would love to branch out a little bit and play some games with people. It's a very generous offer. I do not know where this connector went. This is fuck. I have to figure out what the audio routing is going to be from that mixer to like a Discord chat. Like how I'm going to do that without exposing everybody to, you know, all the bullshit of audio that's running around. And you know, you can get into virtual audio cables and stuff, but it gets real complicated real fast. Shouldn't be too hard for me to figure out. I think what I'm going to do is actually open up Discord on an old phone. My old phone, just open up Discord and put that into the mixer as its own channel. And that way I can talk to the phone, and the phone doesn't have to hear all the production stuff that's going on in the background. Good use for an old phone. It's a phone that we took apart on stream. It's my old HTC 10. It should be able to handle Discord. Why is connector? Nobody asks how is the connector. They always ask where is the connector. I don't know. I'm getting mad. Getting a little bit of that salsa beat going on there. But I see no connector. I see an automaton. This thing probably, the batteries probably went on this, didn't they? Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, but I don't really care. Oh yeah, gotta remember to turn it off. Otherwise it'll eat its own batteries very quickly. Any automotive connectors hanging out up here? No. We still need to use the absolutely awful chemical, the methyl ethyl ketone, to melt the 3D print, to try to seal it up so it can hold water and cool off my laser board. That's coming up. It's not today, but it's coming up. Maybe next week we do that, regardless of the status of the sim setup. I wanted to concentrate on the sim setup and really get stuff done. That's where we are with that. We'll get to that in a minute. We'll get to that in a minute. What time is it? Yeah, well, we got like a couple minutes. A couple more minutes of intro. Trying to do my homework here and actually get the connector that I need in order to connect the gas pedal. I'm not finding it. Yeah, that bothered dancing emote is thanks to Short Lurker and his effort to occasionally make a meme emote. It's a good one though. I don't know what I did with this thing. I wanted this connector and it ended up in a bin for a little while and I was like, oh, what is this doing here? And then I put it somewhere. When I put it somewhere, it vanished off of the mortal plane. It is now on another plane of existence. It's in the cat dimension. It's in the cat dimension. Ow. I hurted myself on one of the bins. Scraped my finger. Scraped my finger. That was the... No, I'm not... let's see. Bop, 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 bop. If it's in there, I'll never find it. There's a bin full of all of my, like, automation stuff. All my industrial stuff. There's a lot of stuff in there. What else? Where else can I look? I don't think it ended up in the drawer. It's likely that it's right under my nose, and I'm just not seeing it because it's a black connector that's wrapped in black tape, that sort of like fabric tape that they use in cars to cover wiring harnesses. Ooh, that's a good song. If you was a hot dog and you was hungry, would you eat yourself? Let's put this away before I cause an accident with that. Those are dangerous. These little bins, when they fall, they explode. And they just send parts everywhere. Let's look down here. All the way down here. Here's a 3D print. Ah! Scrape my glasses on that. I want to scratch my glasses today. That would be absolutely awful. I just got these things. These are like less than a year old. I like them. So I want to scratch them. My previous pair of glasses, the first thing I did was put them down and they flopped over onto the lens and I got a scrape right at the center of my vision. I was like a week into owning them. I had those glasses for years and years. They're the big shiny ones, the wood arms. I like those glasses a lot, but I got compliments about those glasses like out of the blue from people. But yeah, they always had a scratch right in the center of my vision. Fucking annoying. So these are new and they are super shiny and nice. I'm gonna keep them that way. I'm like deathly afraid of just moving around this shop and suddenly scratching them on something like, you know, like the pieces of frame rail that I've got sticking up in my face. You know, that little thing. Wow, I'm confused as to where this wire went. I just don't know. And like put it in here. Now, how about over here? What's in there? No wires in there. No wires in there. Remember, we haven't started yet. This is the portion where Bother rolls around on the floor, cursing his very disorganized life. We'll give you a multi-view. Now you guys can see more stuff, but you can't get a good view of what's on the desk. His chat's on top of it. All right, stand my shelf up there. I keep looking in the same spots and not finding it, like as if it would suddenly appear out of the blue. So, my folks have been talking to dog people. There's a possibility that the dog I want to buy is going to be brought into existence soon. There's a possibility that I'll have a doggy in the next. Well, I'll know in a month. I'll know in a month if it's possible. But I want to get a particular kind of dog. They're called fluffy corgis. They have longer hair. Undesirable from the perspective of the actual corgi breeders, but corgi breeders are weirdos. Like, ew, look at this mutant, and it's like a fluffier, kind of like goofy looking dog. Like, are you kidding me? They're like, oh, this genetic freak of a dog. It's that or a Valhund. I don't know where I'd get a Valhund from, but if this thing doesn't pan out in a month, I'm gonna start looking at Valhunds. Because my brother has a Finnish Spitz, so it'd be hilarious if I got a Valhund. We'll just go for all the Scandinavian dogs. I'll get a Valhund and I'll name it the same name as my brother's dog. I'll call it Smokey. I'll be like, this is my dog Smokey. It's a Scandinavian breed. And he'll be like, what are you doing? Why are you doing this, Jesse? What is wrong with you? What's your fucking problem? Like, what? What? I called it Smokey because it's smoky colored. I'm like, that's the name of my dog. Why did you name your dog my dog's name? What do you mean? I like it. It's a good dog. I don't know where this connector is. I just don't know. I just don't know. What the fuck? What would I have done with it? I mean, really, I would have put it somewhere that, like, to the side, right? I would put it aside that I'd be able to find it. But now I'm, like, tearing my freaking hair out, looking for this connector that doesn't even fit, by the way. It doesn't even fit. But I paid $6 on eBay for this fucking thing. Come on, man. You can do this. You can find one connector in your shop. Come on. You can do this. You can find a connector. You're not inept. You're not inept. You can do this. I'm inept. I can't find one connector. That's it. I'm turning in my streamer license. I'm no longer a hardware guy. I was kicked out for being stupid and not being able to find a singular connector that you bought specifically for a project that you were doing that day. That's it. That's how it all ends. This is Big John, DJ extraordinaire. Spelled J-A-W-N. That pin? It's not on that pin. I don't know what I did with it. How stupid. How stupid. Yeah, I can't find the one part that I need. I'm gonna need to move the fan closer. I'm already sweating my ass off. It'll be in the last place you look. Yeah, it always seems to be there, doesn't it? Always in that last place. That seems to be the way of it. True. All right, thank you guys for joining me for my brief foyer into my brain completely withering down into nothing. The song is a bop. I like the song. It's a bop bop. It's an extra bop. It's 2 bops for 1. I love me a good raw synth in the background there. Good synth melody. We call that. It's not a Hoover. There's a name for that type of synth going on. Kind of 303-ish. Yeah, I don't know where this fucking connector went. I don't know. We'll get started in just a minute here. Once I lose my marbles. Well, that's not good for that. Ugh, I gotta fix these mill lights. This one just committed suicide in front of me. Ugh, they stopped working, and so we gotta go in and repair maybe the connections on it. Because those are supposed to come up with the rest of the stream lights. They're part of that whole system. Don't know. I don't know. Yeah, that was a TS404. Perhaps. But isn't there like a terminology thing for that? I don't know. A friend of mine told me it. He might have made it up. He might have been making shit up. You never know. You never know with these people. Damn, I'm gonna have to move the fan closer to me. Wait, 944 times, huh? This is where I start reminiscing about my 944 that I used to own. That thing would have been worth like quadruple of what I got it for these days. These crazy days. Yeah, all right, I can't, we're just not gonna use the connector. We're not gonna use it. It was the wrong connector anyway. I thought I could have like whittled it down a little bit and get it to plug in. Because all it really needs to do is just plug in. It's not like it's an actual car throttle pedal. It is just a way to make it a little easier to connect to the throttle wires. Really bugs me though. It kind of sucks to like suddenly lose something and not know where the fuck it went. My friends are starting to start up a Factorio server. I don't think I want to get into playing Factorio that much, because it'll suck away all of my life. Maybe I can somehow manage to occasionally play a little bit of Factorio, but none of that makes sense, right? None of that makes sense when you put those words together like that. It's totally meaningless. They're definitely all words, but they just don't make any sense when you put them in that order. Occasionally play a little bit of Factorio. No, it's just meaningless. It just doesn't make any sense. Occasionally using meth, right? Doesn't make any sense. He's doing a little bit of heroin. I'm already getting sweaty just looking around for this fucking automotive connector. That doesn't bode well for today's stream. I'll try to keep less active so I don't break into a massive sweat. Once I start sweating, I don't stop. No problem. Once I start looking for a freaking connector, I don't stop either. If it was over here, it would stand to reason that it's still over by this desk. Right? And if I just look a little closer, I might find it. But that's not true. I'm not finding it. It's not happening. Is my desk so messy that I cannot find a singular connector on it? A little pigtail of wire? Yes. Even though there's not that much on the desk, yes. The answer may surprise you. It's yes. The answer is yes. That's the answer. Were you surprised? I wasn't actually surprised. Did it fall off the desk, maybe? Maybe it fell off the desk. Oh God, here we go. Now I'm actually rolling around on the floors looking for something. You guys talk amongst yourselves and maybe have a little connection in this world. Maybe open up a little bit. And I'm gonna roll around on the floor in hopes that I find a connector. No. Okay, all right. I have to give up on this. Wait! What is that? No, that's not it. That's not it. Maybe that is. Hold on. Go look all the way over by the 3D printer. I spotted something, but I don't think it's correct. I don't think that's it. Watch, I like threw it in the garbage, just accidentally. Just hopped it, and it ended up in the garbage. In the garbage. Garbage. Ah, I found a VFD vacuum fluorescent display. You describe that game as making a blinking light outside your window when you realize the sun is rising and setting. Yes, that is Factorio. You play the game, and you go, I'll get a drink of water after I do just this one last thing. And then it's next month. We had a LAN party with that game over the weekend, and it was a 10-hour LAN party. We took 1 hour to eat, and it felt like a 1 hour LAN party. 10 hours of Factorio felt like an hour of Factorio. Because there's always that one thing that you want to do. You just got to do that one thing. One last ride. One last thing to do. And then you'll be able to do that one last thing, which will let you do that one last thing. And then you get to that one last thing, and finally you can do that one last thing. And then you get to the one last thing that you wanted to do. How's it not in this bin? This seems like the perfect bin for it. It's not here. I don't understand how I could completely lose something like this. Like, so thoroughly lose a unique connector. Yeah, this thing is fucking gone, man. All right, let's get started. I could spend all day doing this. Oh yeah, I was checking out what looked like a wire over here, but I think it's just a shadow. Yeah, it's just a shadow. Just a shadow. No shine of a connector anywhere. I'm sad I never got to finish that Mario Kart home circuit thing. The advanced form of cheating. putting a differential and suspension on a Mario Kart sized cart and putting all the controls on there. And then doing a custom print for the body to make a dry bones cart. Okay. So, barring any portals opening up and dropping a cable on me, the very cable that I was going to plug into the gas pedal and I would put aside for such a task, but it has vanished from this mortal coil. No, that's the wrong phrase. It's vanished from this plane of existence. It's gone, which is shocking to me. Yeah, it's gone. I don't know where it is, man. I don't know where I would have put it. I look at one last area. I can't stop. I can't stop looking for it. I just can't. I'm sorry. It's one of those things. It's gone. It's completely fucking gone. Just give up, man. Just give up. Let go. I'm gone, bother. You have to accept that. No! I'll never accept that! I didn't even get to put you into the gas pedal! Okay, alright, I'm done being crazy. That bugs me, because I definitely had it kicking around and in bins and stuff, and I put it aside, and now it's just, like, vanished. We don't need it though. I'm gonna start with some crimping. Am I buzzing right now? I think I'm okay. All right, fade out the music. It was a good mix. You guys check out Big John if you get a chance, man. Anyway, let's get rid of the start soon. And I'm sweaty. It's like hot today. It's like 60 degrees outside. I got a fan on me, so hopefully all the sweat dries in a minute here. And I just spent a bunch of time rolling around looking for a particular connector. It is a connector for the gas pedal, and I don't know where it went. I bought it specifically to fit into the gas pedal. It doesn't, but if I whittle away a little bit of it, it will. Don't know where it is, so I guess we'll just have to reinvent the wheel here and just make our own connector. I think maybe... Well, hopefully a DuPont connector fits in there. It won't lock in any way, but if it just press fits and it like barely makes contact, maybe we can massage the like spring contacts inside of the connector a little bit to fit better. Then hopefully that will get us to where we need to go, because we're working on the pedals today of my massive actual car part based sim setup. This is something that came about over a long time. After initially playing My Summer Car at a LAN party. How do you play My Summer Car at a LAN party? Well, what we did is we all just threw ourselves into the game with no information at all. No Googling, no looking stuff up on a wiki. We just kind of like threw ourselves into this game and tried to survive 1995 Finland together and separate, which is a very Finnish thing to do. So what we ended up doing is all of us ended up dying pretty much to car accidents, and then the one friend of mine who did really well in the game with no information fell into the septic tank and died. So that was our playthrough. From there, I started just playing the game on my own and running around on the roads going, this is kind of hard to control. And I eventually looked up, yeah, he died like he lived. In shit. But anyway, so My Summer Car, 10 out of 10, right? There's no more perfect of a game. You spend all of your time and effort building a car, and then you hit a tree and die, and then your save file gets wiped. It's perfect. It's a perfect game. Anyway, so I played a bunch of My Summer Car. We played a bunch of My Summer Car on this stream due to the fact that we were able to build my whole sim setup. What I did is I played My Summer Car and I went, man, it's really hard to control this game. The cars, you know, driving quickly is very difficult to do. I bet it would be better with a wheel. Turns out it is. It's a lot better with a wheel. But you don't necessarily need a wheel. You can set your keyboard settings, the ramp up times and stuff like that, and the high speed assist to be slightly better. You can get it pretty good. I think Rabaz, I think, got a pretty high trophy on the keyboard, although it is practically impossible on the rally that you can take your car on. So anyway, I want to win that rally, and part of the way that I wanted to do it is by building my own wheel setup. So what are force feedback wheels? Well, typically the ones you buy from the store are, I mean, unless you're using, you can like put a potentiometer on like a play school wheel and use that just fine. But having that force feedback is fun. It doesn't make you any faster with most racing games because you're fighting the wheel and not the game. But what I wanted to do was something unique. Most of the force feedback wheels that you find like at the store, if people go to stores anymore, are it's like a stepper motor with like some kind of like a belt or a gear drive or something like that, right? So that you can make a smaller motor have enough force to actually fight a person a little bit and give them some sense of accomplishment in the game by fighting the force of a small motor. However, there's also another class of wheels which are direct drive. They're servo-driven wheels. The moving part is the spindle of the motor, and then you've got that directly connected to the wheel, direct drive. That means that all of the electrical energy that you're putting into the spindle goes right into the person's hands. not in the form of electrocution. It's, just the forces. And so I wanted to build a force feedback steering wheel that is direct drive. And I was like, well, how much could a direct drive wheel possibly cost? Thousands of dollars. They're expensive. They're not cheap. You pretty much can just fork over a wheelbarrow full of money. And while I should have done that, and I would have had a perfectly functional system that I wasn't sort of like ball and chain tied to, I didn't do that. That's not the way I work. So I looked up the OpenSim project, and the OpenSim project eventually led me to the Granite Devices SimuCube controller. Granite Devices is a company that their claim to fame is universal motor drivers. You can take any motor and you can characterize it, meaning finding all the numbers that are used to, jazz hands control it. And then their controller will be able to control this random three-phase motor that you have. It's great. It doesn't exist very much in the industriosphere, the whole pantheon of industrial devices that exist in this world in order to do, robotics and controls. Typically, you buy a motor, and that motor has a proprietary controller, which is great for me because if you split the motor and controller, suddenly they are much less desirable to buy online. Industrial parts have like a lifetime, right? They swap them out and then they put them on a shelf. And it's like, there's nothing wrong with this motor, but it's towards the end of its lifetime. It's been going too hard for too long that it'll break. And then if it breaks, it might break a lot of stuff in our factory. So we took it away and we put it on a shelf. And then somebody comes along and they grab the thing off of the shelf and then they sell it on eBay. Or the common one is the facility moves from one place to another, and then a bunch of people are responsible for getting rid of all the stuff that's clogging up this building so they can sell it. And so they're like, what is this? And they're like, well, I don't know, we swapped that out like 6 years ago. It's like, oh, let's get rid of it. And then it ends up on my doorstep. So I got a Mitsubishi motor, that one right there. And I also, keep umming. I also bought a steering wheel because people refurbish steering wheels. People, I don't know, somewhere in the Scandinavian countries, not Scandinavian, Croatia. It might be Croatia. Anyway, somewhere in Europe, there are people who take old steering wheels and they refurbish them and they sell them on eBay. So for like a couple $100, I bought a Mercedes steering wheel, which is pretty cool. It has all the buttons that I need on it. So I thought that a bunch of the buttons would just be on a wire, just coming out of the back of the steering wheel. Turns out, steering wheel speaks a special car language called the LIN bus. So what we did is we invented an entire system for communicating over the LIN bus. We are currently working on the pedals right now. By the way, I had this whole system working, not specifically, but I had the whole force feedback steering wheel working. We got first place in the junior rally in my summer car. We got an E46 M3 Steptronic shifter working. I had a set, excuse me, there's the tuna salad. Whew. I had the pedals working. They were Fanatec pedals that were on super duper duper sale. And we put a load cell on the brake pedal, and it was pretty good. It was pretty good. There wasn't a whole lot of feedback from the brake pedal. I need some squish on the brake pedal. Anyway, and the shifter was double shifting, not even granny clutching. Wait, ain't granny shifting double clutching? I don't remember. I'm gonna have to ask Vin Diesel. Anyway, this thing was double shifting, and it really shouldn't have been, because in my summer car, again, you spend 100 fucking hours building that car, and you know every bolt inside of it, and then you miss a shift, and pop goes the motor. I had the piston fly out and hit me in the chest in the game. I'm trying to stop saying and I'm not doing well. Anyway, yeah, this, I just fucking did it. This will double shift by accident, and it might be due to latency. It might be due to the signal being a little weird. We sort of paved a couple of those holes over in the way that I'm handling the packet, in the way that I'm timing the packet and handling the packet. There's less of a chance that everything's going to be like things are going to be skipped by the microcontroller getting into a weird spot. We're bit banging all the signals on this thing, and as such, it's not very intelligent about the way that it handles button presses and packets and stuff like that. Because we're, you know, blah, blah, blah. Do the bare minimum. Do the bare minimum. Almost much better than saying like. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough out there. Silence is better. Silence is better. But like for some reason, in order to load up the information into my brain, I have to go like really loudly. Really loudly and uncharacteristically. And chat gets scared. They get scared. They were really frightened by my sudden ums. Something or something. Or something. That's a good one though. That's funny. All right. Anyway, fuck, there it is. And there it is. So we had a working system. Why did I do this? Well, what I'm trying to do is have an actual shifter that goes into different gears, right? So I can actually select the right gear and drive the Gifu like it's an actual car, truck, or whatever. Drive it like it's not full of poop. It is a poop truck though. So this, when I flip this around backwards, because technically this is the front, or sorry, technically this is the front. When I flip it around backwards, it acts a lot like my actual car shifter. All I need to do is replace one spring on it, because my actual car shifter is very light to go into fifth, and then it's very hard to pull it over here. And actually, technically, you would pull it over here, and then it has like a lump, and then you can go into reverse. But yeah, if I flip this around, this is pretty much my car shifter. So this has a bunch of switches in it. This is the Open H shifter project that I modified slightly to have better bearings in it. This is ready to go. So we actually added it as a new device on the LIN bus. So we have a microcontroller here that I've loaded up with a very similar piece of code to the other accessories that we built. And now I've got a packet that contains whichever switch is switched on this thing. Pretty cool. Talking is difficult, especially when doing it in front of 70 people. Well, I don't know where the other... You're very generously rounding up. I don't know where those other 7 people are. Could you imagine being one of those streamers that doesn't care if like 100 people or more come in suddenly? Good Lord. I'm sitting here with like 7 people missing. I would be devastated. That's not the right hex key. This leg is a little loose. Yes, indeed. So yeah, there's the So yeah, we made a new device. We made a new accessory on our LIN bus, and all we need to do is get that plugged into the switches. We just need to get it plugged into the switches. I would love... Well, okay, so we just need to get it plugged into the switches. So in the meantime, we've also been working on the new pedals. I decided, after literally just finding it on eBay one day on stream, you guys were there, I looked up on eBay. I'm like, you know, I wonder if I could like get real car pedals and put them under my desk or something. I looked it up, and it turns out, at least for BMW, maybe most car companies, all of the pedals are just they're in their own little like thing, right? You could just buy a pedal cluster, and it'll have 2 out of the 3, sometimes all 3 pedals on one piece of equipment. And so the decision was, instead of inverting the pedals on my setup, I would just buy some car pedals. That's what I did, and we're almost seeing it. It's these things right here attached to this 8020 rail. I just bought car pedals, and so we transferred a bunch of the functionality from the old pedals, which were just potentiometers, onto these, and then I had to build a little support so that the pedal cluster wouldn't flex against the force of my foot, because people can be pretty strong, and I would rather not have this thing explode. It was kind of flexing a little bit much, so I added some bolsters to this thing, and now it is a pretty solid set of automotive pedals. I could do that. I do have a shock collar. What's left of one anyway. It doesn't have the strap on it anymore, but I'm not allowed to harm myself on Twitch. So right. Yeah, all these speech tics that you're just kind of like, ugh. So what we have here, up here, is a magnetometer. Sorry, a Hall effect sensor. It's from a sensor kit that I bought many, many years ago. Still works great. All it's doing is sensing the position of a north and south magnet that have a magnetic hallway between them. So the two magnet forces, like if you look at like iron filings on a piece of paper, they'll give you a sense of where all those magnetic lines are, those ley lines. If you put a north and a south magnet near each other, then that magnetic field is concentrated into a hallway between the two magnets. And so that that sensor is sensing the transition from north to south as something moves across it. Now, I don't know if TurboNAD was here, but we did try out the linear potentiometer, the linear magnetic potentiometer, but it is a physical potentiometer, and unfortunately, I can't quite mount it correctly. I know I could add like a 3D printed, arm coming off of the end of this bolt, because this bolt is a nice linear, look at that, nice linear, look at that, look at that, look at that, it's beautiful. It's totally destroying all the electronics that I've hung off of it, but it's got this beautiful linear action going on there, right? And this pedal now feels like an actual clutch pedal. It feels great, but it wasn't tenable. It didn't work out. We tried. This could mount kind of like this, but it also, the range of motion of this is fairly limited, but it makes a nice clean signal. So unfortunately, we went with Hall effect, because in the end, all this thing is, it's a little tiny magnet and then a linear light touch potentiometer. It's basically like a touch sensor. So when you put a magnet on the other end, it squishes that magnet down and moves it back and forth. While that would be great, it would eventually wear out. Yeah, the Hall effect is much easier. All I did was tape, I Velcroed actually a washer to the other side of the pedal where it twists, and now that just hoists a magnet between the 2 points. Let's focus in on this. There we go. We just have a washer in there. It's just hard to see. But that means that there's an LED here too for the magnetometer, for the Hall effect sensor. So I've got that LED giving me a little bit of visual feedback when this thing goes from place to place. It's not as linear as the other one, but I can always adjust around it. And the clutch pedal is practically a button anyway. It would almost be better to do a clutch button, because it's not like I could feel the power delivery, to properly use the clutch. Anyway, so that's the pedals. What I'd love to get to, what I'm kind of, malding over, I guess is the word that people like to use now. At least streamer words, malding. I'm gonna coat mold seethe. Anyway, over here is the gas pedal. You can see they intentionally built a rubber end stop on the gas pedal that they're not using. So you can put a little rubber nubbly on that and keep it from clicking when it hits that thing. My feet are so far away from my face that I don't really hear it, but it does make kind of a clicking noise. I need to put like a piece of Velcro or like double-sided tape or something on the top of this thing, because this little support is it's just a block right there. I could drill a hole in the side and then put like a cleat on that, but I don't want to alter this too much. This gas pedal is brilliant in terms of like functioning in the system. He's learning these things in his private partner-only Discord chats. There is one, and I've not been to it. There's the Discord has, sorry, not Discord. Twitch has a partners Discord that regular people can join. And then they have, I think, a room that's for partners, or maybe a couple rooms that's for partners, where I get like announcements on features and stuff like that. But I largely ignore that channel. Who is it? Maddox entered that partner Discord at about the same time that I did. Like, hey man, what's up? He doesn't fucking know who I am. Anyway, so it does exist. There is technically a private partner Discord chat, but I don't fucking use it, man. You guys see most of my activity on the internet. You guys pretty much know the whole of it, and I feel like I need to disconnect a little bit from it. Yeah, TurboNAD has been using the Dremel polishing pads in order to, like end stops, because that's basically all like a piano end stop is, like the musical instrument that might make a click noise. They'll put a felt pad on it, and that's basically the same stuff that you get in the kit of your Dremel. So most of you are probably in ownership of hundreds of these little fucking pads that you don't use for anything. Oh, really? Oh, no. Strange Parts tried to raid when I went off the air. Ah, I love Strange Parts. I like that guy. He's really cool. He has a microscope whose primary system operates by him putting his eye against it. It's one of those capacitive sensors, I think, that he put on, you know, like the lamps that you touch and they turn on and off, or maybe your cat is touching, and so you touch your cat and then the lamp changes brightness. That GIF went around recently. But he's got a microscope that basically does that, except that he puts his eye up to a microscope and then it'll switch scenes over to the microscope scene. The way I work here is that I just accidentally change scenes and I don't really know what's going on. You know, I'm just clicking stuff on the computer like it's you know, like a little kid with one of those like little steering wheel toys, and then they beep the, you know, the thing, and they flip the switch and it makes a cool noise. That's basically how I operate my setup. See that? See that? I don't know where that shot, I don't know why that shot was in there. Oh, it's just a light sensor? I guess that's better than putting a capacitive thing on your body. On my body, on my sensitive body. So I am just stalling right now. I'm just stalling while I like glance around my shop looking for this fucking connector. I don't know why I'm so bugged by this. I think it's because I spent $6 on it. And like, mind you, I have wasted way more money on stuff in my day. I used to have a hydraulic brake assist from a Porsche, like, what is it, like something or other, like one of the slightly less old Porsches that I was going to put into the 944, and I ended up scrapping all the parts for it, and I spent like over $500 on that setup. At least I had a real job back then, but still, like in terms of like wasting money, $6 on a connector that doesn't fit is not at the top of the list. Organize things until you find it. That is the strategy, isn't it? It bugs me because I had it. I had the fucking thing like 2 days ago. I tripped over it. It was like in a bin, and I moved stuff around, and then I'm like, what is this doing in the bin? I'll just move it. Yeah. Once I found the exact solution in another place, it will magically manifest itself in front of my eyes. I looked everywhere, and I'm still bugged about it, and I'm still kind of like peeking around. But we'll deal without it for now. Let me get the brake pedal off, or sorry, the gas pedal off of there, because we need to invent the wire that's going to connect it to this little circuit board. You see, this little circuit board I built for the Fanatic pedals. So it's got a load cell connection. It's got a little load cell, digital load cell reading chip, and then it's got a microcontroller. And the microcontroller has analog inputs. And so typically with a microcontroller, when you have analog inputs, and you got to check the data sheet on this thing so you don't blow up your microcontroller, but they usually work from ground to whatever the system voltage is, VCC. Sometimes they're more restricted than that. These ones specifically work 0 to 5 volts because it's an AT-Tiny 85. And so what we have are 2 analog inputs. But bother, that analog input is only 1 pin, and those have 3, yes. So typically what you'll do is you'll connect a potentiometer to power and ground, and then you've got a big resistor between the 2 pins, right? Big resistor between the 2 pins. That's always going to be sucking up energy. The trick with it is that you have a wiper that goes between 1 pin and the other. Physically, actually, goes between 1 pin and the other, contacting this resistor. So when you have 2 resistors on top of one another going from power to ground, that is a voltage divider. So if you've got this in the middle, you get a voltage output, V equals IR, right? And there's a voltage divider, you know, actual like electronics, like equation. Electronics are math, right? They're math for the most part. They're math and some cleverness sometimes when you do like digital stuff. So when you have 2 resistors like this, you're sensing the voltage here. You get a swing of voltage from VCC to ground. So that's a brilliant system that you can use on a lot of different things. And it's pretty much the standard of how you figure out what position something is in. So this gas pedal does not use a potentiometer, although it might have in the past, but it doesn't use a potentiometer. Car systems have gone largely electronic, right? You have a physical brake pedal, you have a physical clutch, because those are safety related, but your gas pedal is fully electronic. And at first, people complained that the gas pedal being fully electronic meant that there was latency between the gas pedal and the position of the throttle. And while there was, I don't think these fuckers knew a thing about control systems. Because, man, the latency between the gas pedal and the throttle, nobody is going to be able to tell because there's almost practically none. There's a very little bit. In fact, only a computer is really going to be able to sense that. It's beyond the reaction time of humans. Unless maybe you're, like, playing Smash Brothers or something with your gas pedal. Anyway. So the latency isn't really that big of a deal. I fought a lot of people on internet forums about it. But it means that the gas pedal is a completely electronic device. Pretty cool. We took this thing apart and we discovered that it has a capacitive twist sensor kind of deal inside of it. It basically has a circuit board that has a bunch of, like, I don't know, traces and weird stuff. Basically the way your iPod sees that you're shuffling song. People still have iPods, right? But anyway, it senses that twist electronically with a huge amount of accuracy, and this little tiny chip turns that into this nice clean swing from voltage to voltage. It's actually kind of brilliant. I always thought some of the lag was built in, maybe for fuel economy. It depends on the car, I guess, that you have. Yeah, it depends on how evil they are with the control system there. I always lament having to calibrate the throttle. You have to hook up to your car with a computer and tell it to calibrate the positions of the throttle. So it takes it all the way open, takes it all the way closed. And it's like, all right, I got it. And then you can use your car. All right, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to connect to that gas pedal and connect it to the little board that I made. Luckily, that gas pedal is pretty much just a direct connection. It's just power, 5 volts, ground, and then a voltage level, which is exactly what we're looking for. It is possibly the easiest thing for us to hook up right now. We'll do that, and then we will look at the code in this microcontroller. I want to change it so that I can turn it into a chart so that we can have lines moving on a graph of time instead of just numbers coming in. And then we'll probably have to go back to the just numbers coming in order to figure out what all the mins and the max are of this thing. Because I'm going to calibrate it using I'm not going to build a calibration sequence for this thing. I don't want to do that. It sounds boring. I want to look at the numbers while I push on pedals. All right, so this is bolted on with one bolt. One larger bolt than that. Much larger bolt than that. We're getting good progress on this sim setup. And we're going to be working on this kind of stuff all week. It's just that, okay, it's an English-sized bolt. Are you kidding me? Why did I use a non-metric there? What was I thinking? I think I couldn't find anything else. It's like 3/16. Yeah, it's 3/16. Who uses that? Come on now. Okay, so here's the gas pedal. With its 3/16 of an inch bolt. I guess I'll leave this wrench over here. Hopefully that doesn't disappear like the freaking throttle cable. Oh yeah, I guess it is a throttle cable. I could call it that. It's a wire going from the throttle. Yes. Nothing wrong with the British measuring system. It is, because everything I create, I try to make it metric nowadays. I try to make it metric. I deal with the stuff that's in English units, but I try to make things in metric. I just put a wood screw through mine into the floor. I built a little 3D printed solid that went around this, that holds it onto the grating that was my old computer case. My old computer case had steel speaker grill. So all I did is I hot glued this in place so it wouldn't rattle around. And that gives me a floor plate to put my feetsies on. And then I built a little solid that I can then screw into in order to hold the gas pedal into place. It's just as simple as it gets. I should probably get like a floor mat to go in there. I can't do temperature in C. It just doesn't work for me. I don't know. I tried to get used to Celsius for like indoor temperatures. I can do it for like computers and stuff, but like, man, I don't know. I'm too used to English for temperature. Because English temperatures, you could just think of it as a percentage from, wow, it's fucking hot in here, to, oh my God, it's cold. Basically, that's all it is. All right, so Yeah, get a BMW floor mat. I might have one somewhere. I think I might have gotten rid of them with my old car. They might be in storage if I could find them. Okay, what we have in here is a 6-pin connector. A 6-pin connector. Let's take a look. Ah, why is it shoved in my face? try to back you guys up a little bit and maybe focus on the thing that I'm trying to show. I can't. We have to get closer. Okay. It's got a 6-pin connector, believe it or not, and a pubic hair or something. What kind of hair is that? Is that a beard hair? I'll never know. We'll never know. Anyway, Wayne's World level of... Oh, man, I haven't seen those in a while. I haven't seen that movie or show in a while. Yeah, we got a 6-pin connector in here. Now, we've already figured out what pins are what. I don't know if I took any notes on it. 1, 2, 3. They got the nice embossed numbers in it. So there's pin 1. It's like an offset connector. It's like an offset connector, which is really annoying. But what I might be able to do is glue 2 DuPont connectors together in order to make a housing for it. And if I really feel like it, I could use like Sugru or something in order to make like a keyway just by squishing it in there. They're super wide. These aren't. Ah, one's bent. One is bent. Yeah, just soldering to them is one method that you could do. You could break away the side of the connector. I could open this thing up and add my own 6-pin connector just by... I could even convert them over to a JST. Just put a 6-pin... Well, I've only got a 5-pin. I could put a 3-pin JST in there and solder directly and then hot glue around the mess. Yeah, the VW one is double width. Okay, well, I want to just have a connector in there, even if it's tough to plug in. I want it just because I want to be able to undo what I did. Or the alternative is not giving a shit, soldering a connector in there, and then hot gluing it in place with enough hot glue to make even the arts and crafts section of Twitch puke. So... I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, I think it was easy enough to find a pinout. I think we could easily find a pinout for this thing. Like if I just Google throttle pinout, go to images, and just that right there. That's actually a throttle body pinout. Throttle pedal. We gotta look up our pedal files here. Wait a minute. All right, and then we gotta add BMW. BMW. Go. Well, that's technically true, but it's also extremely unhelpful. That ain't even right. What is this? I vaguely recognize. Here we go. So this one's a little weird, but it's like 2 images because we don't. Yeah, this person did exactly what I wanted to do. All right, look at these. Look at these. Oh, I could use a pedal that I'm actually used to using. The BMW pedal like is just a one-stop shop. And actually, there are other manufacturers do it differently as well. They're all just one-stop shops though. Like TurboNad, as he's saying down here, giving me all this advice. But he just bought a VW pedal, and so it comes from the top instead of from the floor. I'm used to it coming from the floor though, so I'm gonna stick with my BMW stuff. And this is where he just hooked it up. So this is the page that we originally found when we were looking at the pedal itself. But yeah, anyway. Oh yeah, he's using a fluid pressure sensor. That's kind of cool. 100 PSI. So is he actually... I didn't want to add oil to anything. What's up, Runtime Tantrum? How you doing? So where's this beautiful picture that we had of our pinout? Maybe this wasn't the page, but we did figure out that it did do a nice... yeah, they didn't do that. So it does have a nice pinout. Like, it's super easy to use. BMW pedal's a nice thing, just feels odd. Yeah, I know. It's my bread and butter, though. EV, Z23. See, I tried to get one. This is what the connector looks like. The one that I was looking for the whole beginning of the stream. I spent like an hour looking for it, and I didn't find it. Oh, my God. Jesus, that was a weird intro to the page. Ooh, that's a nice scope. I do need to get a new scope. I need to zero in on a new scope. I don't think I have the clout to, hey, here we go. That's what I'm looking for. I don't think I have the clout to get a company to send me a new scope. But when we get into this serial signal stuff, I was looking up a bunch of stuff about like characterizing serial signals. I couldn't find much info other than the specific info on a particular scope that does really good capture of serial signals. Why are you beeping at me? Oh God, I gotta do insulin. Okay, hold on, we gotta do insulin break. I need a diabetic break scene. I don't want to bother this buddy of mine though. This buddy of mine's a very busy video kind of guy. The guy who did all of my BRBs and stuff like that. Altium does a lot of giveaways. Maybe Altium, I don't know. I sent Tektronix a love letter a long time ago and they just ignored me, which is typical. Everybody ignores me. They don't see me. I have no clout. Give some to chat, they might give you one too. What, do I gotta buy them and then give them out? Man, could you imagine an oscilloscope giveaway on Twitch? The people who would get them wouldn't know what to do with it. Need to have a skill check first. I gotta go into the other part of the basement because I'm out of insulin. I have more insulin in the refrigerator. In the refrigerator. I'm gonna turn on the system so we have something running in the background. Hold on. I gotta get around all this. Okay, got it. Now this thing should come to life. Should come to. Hello? Hello? Okay, hold on. I had to do it again. I had to do it again. There we go. All right. Insulin ass fart. Yeah, it wouldn't be all of Twitch, I know. It would be in this chat. But there are people in this chat that wouldn't know what to do with an oscilloscope. That's what I'm saying. Did I stutter? All right, I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm shocked I haven't found this thing. I don't know where the fuck that cable went. All right, I'll lower the music. We got to do insulin real quick. I re-upped my insulin the other night, in the middle of the night, and I'm already out of it because I didn't fully fill it. I only partial filled the reservoir. So we're gonna refill the reservoir, which is just a simple thing to do. Might have to hide the Rigel for the day if it's for another company. Yeah, it depends. Usually companies are pretty chill about that kind of stuff. I don't know. I forget what the company was that did all that serial signal stuff, but they had a really good scope and they had a really good way to get into all the different signalings that exist on a serial line. It basically put all the packets into their own bins on a spreadsheet, and I don't know if this one does that or not. I don't know if my current scope does that. We'll have to figure it out though. Yeah, Keysight. That was the name. Keysight. I think it was Keysight. I know scopes can get pretty expensive. I was looking at their scopes, and the one that like matches. I mean, Rigel paved the way. Rigel is a beautiful company. You're beautiful. I love you. Yeah. Yeah, it likes it when you do that. Anyway, Rigel is a wonderful company because they actually paved the way for scopes that were around $400 to $500, which is moderately affordable for the home gamer. By the way, insulin. What is all this documentation that comes with your insulin? Well, partly it's to keep the glass bottle from shattering, but also, holy shit. Bucklington was the streamer that I was thinking of the other day, by the way. I kept getting it wrong. I'm fairly new to all these streamers, but Buck, as in Bucklington, the channel, is also a type 1 diabetic. So I thought that was kind of cool. And he was originally from Pennsylvania. So it's like another PA diabetic, huh? What are they doing to us out here? So let's read up on our insulin. Jesus Christ. Yeah, affordable and test gear. You would never use those in the same sentence unless you were describing how unaffordable actual electronics test gear is. Look at all of this fucking shit. Like, this was a pamphlet that's about that big that comes with every bottle of insulin. By the way, insulin asphalt, as the stuff that I'm using right now, is apparently a cheaper version of Humalog. Humalog being the insulin that was invented 30 or 40 years ago. When was Humalog invented? Anyway, Eli Lilly and a couple of the other companies make this exact same insulin, and the price has been rising in lockstep. There have been innovations in different types of insulin created, but this one is about 20 plus years old. It wasn't invented in the early 2000s. It's older than that. It's like 30 to 40-year-old formula that they haven't changed at all, and the cost of it has skyrocketed. It doesn't make any sense from an engineering perspective, from a manufacturing perspective. Your formula hasn't changed, but the cost of the insulin has gone from $20 a vial up to $400 a vial, and nothing has changed. I think this was created specifically as a reformulation in order to make it cheap, I guess. I don't know. But anyway, they switched me over to this stuff, which is fine. Yeah, this thing, bam! It's not inelastic demand. Well, it's forced demand, but they can just raise their price because it's not like I can use other insulin. I mean, I could use shitty insulin, and there's the stuff that Walmart makes that's so inconsistent, it could kill you. A $20 bottle of insulin. But, like, it doesn't make any sense, man. Make it make sense. How come $20 a bottle in the 90s was okay? Fucking ridiculous. I gotta buy an Xbox 360 every time I go to the pharmacy. Like, I've done the calculations, and could you imagine paying an extra $10 per meal? Plus, there's just the active, the constant cost, the basal rate cost. I'm not going to do those calculations again. I don't really feel like doing that. It's depressing. The 360 is soon going to be retro. I don't know. I hate that I was out of college during that era. I was working out in the real world, putting some miles under my belt before I started my illustrious streaming career of hiding from health insurance. My illustrious streaming career. I figured that if I had some miles under my belt, then I'd be able to tell stories. I still haven't completely exhausted my well of stories. All right, so we're running a little hyperglycemic, but I got 3 units active. Here's the only problem with what I'm about to do is that I need to burn 10 units of insulin in order to prime this thing. And I don't have the carbs. Sometimes I'll try to like eat something that requires me to use 10 carbs. 10 units of insulin might overcorrect this. I guess we'll just have to see how it goes. If I overcorrect, I need to tighten the camera. We're slow panning. I really wish I could figure out the brightnesses on my camera too. They've been kind of annoying lately. As long as I can keep the thing that I'm talking about in focus. So what I'm going to do is re-up the insulin in this thing. So I'm going to go options, load, change cartridge. By the way, my battery has been depreciating at an alarming rate lately. So yeah, make sure the infusion set is disconnected from your body. No. I'm going to leave it connected. Eat shit, Tandem. Prepare for the new cartridge. So what I'll do is I'll pop this sucker out. There's a little notch in it that you can pop the reservoir out. And so this is a draw and inject style reservoir. It draws and injects, and it's just got a bag of insulin sitting in there. So what I need to do is put the syringe into the little rubber pad here, and it only goes a little tiny bit, and then I inject insulin into the bag. Yeah, I should have an Omnipod right now. Yeah, that doesn't look like 4 units. Only 4 units is in there. I should have the new insulin pump by now, but apparently they're all fucking around. We need some kind of a reason he needs an Omnipod over a regular insulin pump. How about I want a different insulin pump, and it's a free country. How about that? I don't know why they make me have to justify it. When I tried to get this pump originally, they called it an experimental device, and I had to go up in front of a board of doctors and nurses in order to prove that I needed this pump. And I think they all kind of... Oh, wait. No. See if we can do that late. Oh, no. I fucked it up. I fucked up. No. It's not accepting it. Fuck. All right, hold on. I guess I just need to, like, give it a minute to tell me that there's no cartridge. It'll be like, you fucker, there's no cartridge in here. Yeah, there it is. Cartridge change error. Okay. So let's put that back. There we go. Now it just clicks right in. Load, change, yes. So there's an air pressure system that tells it how much insulin is left. So we broke the seal and we put it back in, and then it's going to move the plunger a little bit, and then it has to prime 10 units, and then it checks the difference in pressure, and then it knows how much insulin is left. Sleetols, Red Bulls, easy squeeze. What? Inositol in Red Bull is essentially the easiest, quickest to process sugar. I don't know, man. Orange juice is fine. Your body, it's not really even that you process the sugar quickly. It's just that your liver recognizes that you're eating and releases glucagon that then triggers a release of sugar from fat in your bloodstream. That's faster than the absorption. But like that's like literally as soon as the sugar hits the back of your tongue. So I'm absorbing this 10 units of insulin that it's trying to prime the tube with, because the tube was already primed. And the 10 units, if the glucose level crashes, I'll run upstairs and just chug a little bit of orange juice and I'll be all right. My glucose level is high anyway, so. Yeah, but it would be nice to get like a scope sponsorship. I don't know how I can do that. Maybe I can get an insulin pump sponsorship and I can start talking about how much I love the Omnipod. Stop. I'm not big enough to get sponsorships, guys. I don't know if you know how clout works, but I don't have any. I have nothing. earlier in this stream, Lunatic Live inviting me to play a computer game with him and Damon was like the highlight of my fucking week, right? That's cool as shit. I don't have any clout. Not that I care. Not that I care, but I'm literally crying on stream. I almost hit the Xbox on that one. That would have been a disaster. All right, we've re-upped our insulin. So that's a fairly uncommon thing. And the reason that I did that was because in the middle of the night, I rolled over and my infusion set popped out. And so I had to put it back in. And then in the morning, I was out of insulin. So I had to very begrudgingly at like 5 or 4 o'clock in the morning, come all the way down here to the shop, get a bottle of insulin, just start the whole infusion set over again. And I did it with what was left of the previous bottle of insulin. And so this insulin bottle, it died, it's dead. And so I got whatever was left in there into the pump. That wasn't a full load. So now I'm taking this big load and I'm putting it into the pump over here. So now I've got a full reservoir on this thing and the site is not very old. So what I can do is just, I mean, some people like double use. I have a friend who treats each individual component of the insulin pump setup as a different thing. So he'll swap the infusion set out only when it gets old or it's like peeling off or something like that. I tend to stick fairly religiously to the, once the reservoir is empty, I'll swap out all the gear at once. That's to prevent infections. Your body is constantly fighting the foreign body that you've put into it. So eventually shit just gets kind of fucked after a little bit. So that's the whole swap out procedure there. I am looking to upgrade my insulin pump. These things have a 4-year warranty and this thing is showing it. It's fairly worn. This is actually a screen protector. I just keep the screen protector on it. This thing was great. It was supposedly, you know, experimental back in the day. Typically what you have is you have a reservoir and then you have a big plunger that puts all 300 units into you, right? You have a big, very tightly controlled motorized plunger that will give you a little bit of insulin during the day, throughout the day, and then when you eat, you tell it how many carbs you have, and it, you know, calculates how much insulin that it wants to give you. This one was one of the first ones to have that feedback loop from the constant glucose sensor, so that takes a little bit of the mental tax of having diabetes out of my hands. I love that. I think the constant glucose monitor is one of the most important things to ever come for diabetes because it forces you to put your nose into your glucose levels and know where you are at all times. Typically, I would ignore it as like a teenager, but you can't. You can't ignore the system. It beeps at you, and I hate things that beep. But anyway, so taking a little bit of the mental tax away, the really cool experimental thing about this is that it has a different type of reservoir. The reservoir right here, and the reason this thing doesn't look like a weird rounded piece of crap, why this thing actually looks like a legitimate, I don't know, it looks like a pager. Everybody thinks I have a pager. But the reason that this thing has a different shape is, one, it has a rechargeable battery in it, which has become a little bit of a bane of my current existence because it's draining very quickly now after 4 years of use. 4 years of use on this thing, man. But yeah, the battery drains a little bit quickly, but it's rechargeable. And so I can plug it into like the car in order to recharge it and stuff like that. In addition to that, the reservoir is a draw and inject style reservoir. So what it has is a bag of insulin, and then it has a little plunger that it just moves back and forth. And when it moves back and forth, it actually gives you 0.7 of a unit of insulin. So it'll draw from the bag and then inject to the bag. And what that does is that allows you to not have a situation like I had coming back from Peru, which was a long time ago. That was like more than 10 years ago. But anyway, coming back from Peru, and we had a partial cabin decompression event. And in that partial cabin decompression event, because the door didn't seal properly, there was an extremely low pressure present in the plane. So your ears pop a bunch, and anything that's filled with gas is going to suddenly become pressurized. Even if it's gas at 1 atmosphere, if you're up there and all the gases want to expand into the vast nothingness of space, that expansion is going to cause there to be pressure. And so any bubbles in a reservoir of a traditional insulin pump will push out more insulin into your body. And so I had an event, and actually, it wasn't on the flight that decompressed, but it was later on. I think I over-bolused, but I had such a low that apparently I was being kind of snippy with the immigration people. You know, that desk you go to and you declare that you don't have any vegetables in your pockets? Yeah, I was apparently not too polite with them, which is not really a good look. But anyway, yeah, that can be a situation. I'm not typically up there in the atmosphere, though. But the draw and inject is good because, I mean, it puts a little barrier between you and 300 units of insulin. Now, with the Omnipod, I'm not going to have that. The Omnipod is a pump that is a patch. So it's smaller, much smaller than this, doesn't have a screen. It basically is just like a little thing that we'll get to see if my insurance and doctor can coordinate themselves properly in order to get me one. They're basically a disposable insulin pump, and hopefully I will be able to use my cell phone in order to coordinate all of the control tasks and bolusing and glucose level readouts and stuff. Currently, they require you to have a Samsung that they provide you with, which is utterly comical, but it's because the FDA is being a little weird about the approvals. And supposedly, in the near future, I've been assured by their sales rep, for whatever that's fucking worth, I've been assured that in the near future, you will be able to use your own phone. So in part, I got a new phone because they deactivated 3G, but I also got a new phone because I'm hoping that I can coordinate the insulin pump with it and have everything on that phone, and I won't look like a freak of nature when I look at my insulin pump. There are systems that do the full closed-loop feedback that diabetics have hacked into existence. What they involve is like a signal interpreter that's kind of a go-between. The glucose monitor didn't used to use Bluetooth, and the pumps used to have remotes, and so they were able to make a device that went between your pump and your glucose sensor, and it fully took over the automated control of, it basically was a pancreas. Not as reactive as a pancreas, but pretty damn good. And so the companies that were making insulin pumps decided to suddenly implement all of this technology that they had access to. It sucks that, you know, people have to like illegally hack their way into a technology to get these companies to fucking get up off their asses and actually innovate. This happened with test strips. By the way, this glucose sensor that I have, I don't need to calibrate it with finger sticks anymore. So there's no more running into Twitch toss, which actually would be kind of hilarious. I should do more glucose levels on stream because I have to extract an entire drop of blood and then put it on a little test strip. But those test strips used to be optical. And they used to put a little droplet of blood on a little, like almost like litmus paper. And there was a machine that would read how dark the blood stained the paper, right? The paper had reactive chemicals in it that would, you know, change color. And then you had a little blinking red light and an optical sensor in the machine. It would take like 5 seconds. It would give you a little countdown, then it would give you a level. Well, those strips of chemicals needed to be calibrated. So this is like back in the like 90s. They needed to be calibrated. And so they'd have a batch and they would test it. And then they would put a strip number on your test strips. These things were like 60 cents a piece, right? So you would put in that test number, put the strip in, do the blood droplet, get a readout, right? For the longest time, 90s, early 2000s, still the same technology. Then suddenly, these electronic test strips came out from one company, and they were like, yeah, you don't need a strip number on that. You know, you don't need a calibration number. And then suddenly, all of the providers came up with this technology that allowed you to not have to calibrate your test strips with a number. Suddenly. It's like, it fucking sucks, man. You know that they have the ability to make all of these innovations, to make like a fully automated insulin pump and stuff, but they're just kind of sitting on it because they're making a shit ton of money off of insurance companies. I fucking hate it, man. Anyway, that's my diabetic rant. I'm allowed to do that. Get this out of the way. Hey, this is a tax write-off now. Yeah, the McDonald's ice cream machine, where one company had the ability to read the cryptic error messaging in the machine, and the one company that provided the parts. So there were like 1 or 2 people going around the country fixing all of the McDonald's ice cream machines, and they didn't have to give a shit. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. That's why it's legal in the United States to punch a libertarian. You can actually just punch them. It's legal. It's actually encouraged. All right, so yeah, let's get into this gas pedal. So the gas pedal provides a 0 to 5 volt signal. We know the pinout thanks to weirdo web pages like this over here. So the pinout of the connector that I can't find anywhere. I don't know what happened to that connector. I wish I knew. I looked around when I was getting the insulin in the back. I was like looking around here with a flashlight. Like where did it go? I wish I could find that fucking connector. I'm so mad. I'm so mad. What the hell is that one supposed to do? Specs? What? What the hell is that command? Who uses that one? I'm gonna cough. All right, I'm back. Yeah, I wish I knew what happened to that freaking connector. This really bugs me because I'm invariably, you know, I'm gonna find it and it'll be right after the stream ends. He has glasses. The computer is a computer. Yeah, it's a computer, that's for sure. I don't even know the specs of my streaming computer. Are you kidding me? All it's responsible for is a bunch of webcams, though. So rest assured, it is not that nice of a system. What is that over there? No, that's not it. Why am I still looking for this connector? Chat, you got to stop me. I need to be restrained. All I'm gonna do is look for this thing for the rest of the stream. I probably won't find it until I stop streaming. Because, like, it was at the other desk. What is that? That's a clamp. Why is there a clamp there? Fuck. What I was gonna do with that connector today is snip away the edges of it a little bit so that it would fit in the housing, and then we could use it as the permanent connector for the gas pedal. But it's hauled off and run away. Yeah, it's a computer. That's all I can say about the streaming setup. It is literally, I had to upgrade it a little while back in order to, just because I had a stick of RAM go bad, like right before stream, and I was in panic mode. So I went to Micro Center and I went, I bought this processor, and I had to get a new motherboard and processor and RAM, because nothing was, the computer, the life of computer parts is like, the price for them go down and down and down, and then they suddenly jump up like thousands of percents because old systems, like old business systems, will want those parts and they're not available anymore. So there's a sudden spike in cost. And so that was the generation of my old streaming setup. And so I had to buy whatever was the current thing. Yeah, that's the motor that's not hooked up to the computer right now, but we could if we wanted. All right, so we have 6 pins here, but we only need 3. We need out, VCC, and signal. Wait, SIG. We need VCC, signal, and ground. I love how it's out 1 and signal 2. Ah, but they're on different banks. You bastards. They made it so we can't only plug in 3 pins. Considering on connectors 1, 2, and 3 are next to each other, right? 1, 2, 3, instead of like on integrated. Wait, why are they like that? They're typically not like that, actually. So coming from vacuum tubes, you would have all of the pin numbers clockwise around the vacuum tube, right? Because it's a circular connector. And so what happened is that translated over to square ICs. And so you go on one side counting up, and then you go down to the next pin, because that's clockwise around the chip. I think my clockwise is backwards for whatever the camera is doing. But clockwise around the chip, right? But then connectors, for some unknown fucking confusing reason, go back and forth between the banks of pins. Some connectors, though, go up across and then across again. It's madness. It's complete and utter madness out there. It's complete madness. So anyway, in order to alleviate some of these pin number confusions, all right, stomach, I understand. In order to alleviate a lot of these confusions, a lot of these connector housings, the more expensive ones, and actually some of the cheap ones even do it too. What is it? DB connectors are some of my favorite connectors because they're hilariously old. They've got big pins, they carry a lot of current, and they literally have the pin numbers embossed into the plastic. It's easy to work with, right? I like stuff that's easy to work with. So yeah, anyway, you can see in this hilariously small image that we can emboldenate, you can see that they have embossed the pin numbers directly on the connectors. So technically, we actually do know what is happening here. Why is this like, well, it was really weird. It wasn't changing size. We technically know what pin is what. And actually on the thing that we're plugging into, we know what pin is what too. By the way, thank you guys for the follows. I didn't do the general thank, but I've seen a couple, there've been a couple follows during the stream, and I appreciate you guys. I really do. Hold on, I gotta turn the filter of the bit stuff. No, not bits. It would be reward requests. There we go. Because I don't have to do anything for the reward requests. I'm not calling them out by name. We've got introvert follow mode on. All right, so anyway, I think I'm getting, oh, maybe not, hold on. I thought I was getting over my cough. It's been warming up around here. Maybe that's what's gonna get rid of my constant cough. Watch it be like right under the oscilloscope. No, it's not there. I fear finding this connector right when I work around it, right? Because it probably ended up with all this stuff. Like off to the edge? No, it's not there. It's not there. I gotta give up. I gotta give up on this thing. It's just, it bothers me. It bothers me to no end. All right, so we have 6 pins inside of this thing, and they are actually labeled. So I think we need to furnish an entire connector, an entire 6-pin connector for this thing. They're offset, but they are 0.1 inch spaced, I believe. If we look at them here. I gotta get light into the connector here. It's not getting light in there. Yeah, try to get the desk lights to give us something. Just a little bit of light. There's pin 1, 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5, 6 up there. So they're offset from one another. I think what I can do is just super glue 2, whatever they are, 2 thingy-majigs, 2 DuPont connectors. There we go. Jeez, brain. Hey, brain, why don't you just like try functioning? Maybe just see if it works out for you. If you could just like give it a quick little go, just like quickly, you know, just see what that's like. Try it on for size. I don't know. That's just me. Maybe it's just me that wants a functional brain. I don't think my brain agrees with me. All right, so I'm allergic to my own brain. No, I'm not gonna find that connector. I gotta let it go. I can't let it go. I'm obsessed. I have 6 of these. I have 6 of these things. Oh boy. We only need 3. I got 6. I gotta make it work. Oh, and I'm gonna need the JST on the other side. And the length I do not know about. We will have to figure out what that length is gonna be. From the gas pedal to the little box. It's not that far, but I'm so close. Don't you do that to me. Don't you do that to me. I'll look. I'll start looking. I am looking around again. I'm starting to look around the desk. Stop it. I have to work. No, I have to do this right now. No. No. No, I can't. I just can't. So frustrated. I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated. All right, cable length. All right, so we're gonna use alternative wire coloring here. Although I did black and red for the other one, black, red, and green. I can do black, red, and white on this one. I'm about to run out of black wire. That's the problem with this wiring kit. I'll have to buy another reel or just an entire new kit. That's how they work these days. It's easier to just get the whole kit than just to get one spool. One spool. Man, I haven't seen Spool stream in a while. I hope he's doing okay. I think he is. No! Well, we're gonna have to use a different color for ground. Oh. In the arms of an angel. All right, that thing's dead. All right, so blue wire is now ground. That's gonna be confusing. Do I have an alternative? You know, I think I do, actually. I have to end this stream because I ran out of wire. Stream's over. I'm out of wire. Ugh. All right, so I have, yeah, this'll think these are the right size. We'll use this spool. Spool of wire. I beseech thee. Green as a backup ground. I usually use stuff that's like close to like, you know, darker colors, right? So like blue in this case, I would sub in as a ground, even though if you're doing European wiring, blue is phase, I think, or is that ground? That's brown. I don't know. Anyway, this is relatively the right size, so we'll use this stuff. Hopefully the rubber band won't explode. Oh, it's so sad. I don't know. I'd have to look up the wire color standards, but I know European uses blue and white because they weird. They're a bunch of weirdos. Oh, yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, green and yellow ground for AC. But in DC, yellow is 12 volts, so... All right, so we're coming from about over here, and we got to go to about over here. So I will give it a little bit of extra because I'm probably going to want to route it against the frame rails so that I don't bump it and like destroy it. I want the wire to not explode when I bump into something with this. So down there, down here, or down here, and then over to there. It's a little shorter than what I've got out right now. Just a little bit though. This wire is very thick. All right, so about there. That'll be the length. All right. Okay. So this thing right here is going to be one of the lengths. I think these are a slightly, yeah, these are a slightly larger gauge. I hope they go into the connectors properly. I think they will, but I have concerns. And once we make the harness, we'll do a little bit of programming. I'm going to give myself a little bit more room here. Clip. I said, oh, Jesus. Screwed that one up. Yeah, I got to work on that game that I want to play some Saturday. I don't know if I'll, maybe I can work on it while dog sitting. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna be petting the dog for 48 hours. That's what I'm gonna be doing. I'll be like, hey, doggy, hello, how are you doing? For like 48 hours. There will be no stopping me. You got a beat on a dog that I might wanna get. Type of corgi. We'll see how that goes. Yeah, this stuff is always this stuff is different gauges, so it's gonna bother me, but I'll try to ignore it. Once I wrap this in a wire wrap, I think I'll be okay. The dog's gonna have wear spots. No, it's a golden retriever. And, you know, that's what they do. Black is always DC negative. If black is not present, green is DC negative. Yeah, and I hate having to do that with wire setups, but you got to do what you got to do. You know, all of the conventions break down when you're doing hobby projects and wiring harnesses alike. In cars, brown is typically ground. Typically. It can be all kinds of other stuff, though, which is why you need a wiring diagram. Luckily, I was able to spend, what, $14 on the internet and get all the BMW wiring diagrams. All of them from some Chinese FTP server. So, of course, it's safe. Totally not a security flaw at all. Why would you even ask? 1, 2. Cortose? Hello, hello. Hola. All right, get this thing. Crimper. We're back to crimping. I hope you guys like the familiarity of crimping wires. I don't. I certainly don't. I didn't ask for this. Okay, that totally fucked up. Yeah, I gotta insert the wire separately. Crimping stick. C! It's spelled with a C. It's not like Krispy Kreme, which ruined both words with the wrong letter. So you guys think of sardines? I was talking on the Discord. Somebody had a recipe that had sardines in it. Yeah, the crimping pliers help a lot. I've done crimps with just a pair of pliers. Just like not even a crimper. Here, I need to twist it so the wire doesn't go all over the place. Like sardines, like I want to like sardines, right? I like weird stuff. The only thing I don't really like on my pizza is black olives, just because they take over the flavor. They're like the only thing you taste. Just have them separately. But the sardines, like I want to like. Sardines are fish. Yeah. What is that a hot take? I don't like them. They take over the entire flavor. But I want to like sardines, and I've had them a couple times, and they're not good. I think maybe you need to be a chain smoker in order to like sardines. That didn't it didn't even crimp the jacket. Look at this. You stand sardines on pizza, but not black olives. Yeah. No, but I'm not saying I like them. That's the thing. I'm not saying I don't like sardines. I think you need to be a chain smoker in order to enjoy them, because it crimplet. Listen, you come over here and you try to crimp something, all right? I don't know. I just can't do. Sardines are like so salty, and it's all you taste. And I know that's kind of the point, but like I don't know, like a slightly stronger fish with like mustard doesn't sound that bad. It doesn't sound that bad. And I keep trying them, and I keep regretting it, because it's like eating a block of salt. I might as well just put my face into a bag of salt. There's no flavor there. I know Twitch added a pineapple on pizza emote. I like pineapple on pizza. You go fuck yourself, chat. I like pineapple on pizza. I enjoy it. I was thinking about lunch, but I think I'm okay now. I want to try those Japanese flavors of pizza. You know that meme that's gone around with a pizza menu, Japanese pizza menu, where you can get like squid ink and like mayo? That, I think, got it, but very sloppily. Yeah, that got it, but it's very sloppy. I have a friend who likes pineapple on pizza. I think friend is doing a lot of work here. You shouldn't make friends with weirdos like that. No, I do like pineapple on pizza. I think it's good. My ideal pizza has black olives and artichoke hearts. The only time I've ever like not completely disliked black olives on pizza is a taco pizza. But it's doing a lot of work to be both a taco and a pizza. I don't know what my ideal pizza. I don't know what my ideal pizza is. There was a really good buffalo. Like I'm a sucker for a good buffalo chicken pizza. And I know that's an ungodly hybrid of two different separate worlds, but I do enjoy a good one. Especially when they put red pepper like on the peripheral, like on the perimeter of it. They circle it in thin red pepper slices. I like mushrooms. People give mushrooms a bad rap. They're slimy. They don't taste right. Blah, 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 blah. I like mushrooms. I like mushrooms. I'm gonna fucking roleplay a mushroom in a D&D campaign just to spite you. Yeah, the pepper, like pepper, what do you call them? Bell pepper on pizza is very good. Here, this one I can do traditionally because it's thin. I hate mushrooms. Get out of my chat. You ban yourself. Fungus is friends. How can you guys not like a good fungi? I'm a fungi to be with. There's a shirt in college that said that, and this creepy picture of a mushroom. I really wanted it, but it ended up being gifted to FK Productions. He got the shirt that I wanted. He wore the shit out of that thing, though, so it's good that it went to him. That was a great t-shirt. I miss it. I miss it dearly. and I never even had it. Yeah, I'm a pun guy to be with. Wait, that's not. I'm a pungy stick to walk on. No, that's not right. That's bad. No. Mushroom Paladin. I wanted to do, and it'll never happen because nobody fucking cares about me, but I wanted to do a Mushroom Artificer in a big suit of armor that's like a mech. So you know those Mega Man mechs where you jump into it and it's like two big arms, and it would just be like a fighter or something. You know, something really stupid. But it would be Mushroom in a mech. So you'd be playing this really tiny character, basically Earthworm Jim in it. That'll never happen. That'll never happen. Mecha mushroom. But it wouldn't be like a metal mech. It would be like a wooden mech, so it would just like fucking get destroyed every fight. I would love that. It's too weird though, right? Like I've never done a serious D&D campaign for too long. I've done like a couple first sessions with college buddies, and you know, taking on too much weirdness as a first thing, I'd want to do that, but oh, that's all right. It's all right. Yeah, D&D is a weird one because, you know, schedules and time and people and stuff like that. It's sort of the way that I handle streaming electronics projects. Where would I find time for this stuff? Well, I'd be working all night on this stuff, and instead, I decided to work all day on this stuff and stream it and make it my job. So I feel like without streaming, I wouldn't do anything with D&D. I still don't. Oh, I almost threw all that metal right on top of something that has power running through it. First session on Saturday. Hey, that's awesome. That is awesome. All right, we're still stuck in crimping hell. I need to make the connectors that are going to bring all the signals around. The other thing that we need to do is hook this up to the shifter electronics. I need to make that into a thing. So we'll work on that tomorrow. Today, we're going to work on the shifter tomorrow, but for today, we're going to work on characterizing the signals that we're getting back out of the pedals, right? You can't wait? I can wait. I'm not looking forward to you playing D&D. Sorry, I was just being a little asshole. No, you gotta let us know how it went. Awkward session 1. Sorry, I'm just being an asshole. I'm sitting here crimping wires. Leave me alone. No, don't leave me alone. Please come back. I need clout. I need your clout, chat. I don't think this is gonna work. No, that kind of felt like it went in there. Hard problem finding a good DM. Yeah, that's a story as old as time. Good DMs are tough to come by. I had a buddy who knew of a very good DM around us, but I never ended up joining in on the sessions in high school, unfortunately, because that was right. Bother hates D&D now. That was right around the time of like all the satanic panic in D&D. I really should have played during that time. Session 1 party wipe because a noob didn't know how to play. I mean, that would be glorious. All of the online, all of the gamer, super Twitch streamer gamer D&Ds that I've been watching have not had player deaths. None of them. And it would be hilarious if, you know, somebody just wiped session 1 or something. Satanic panic bothers a boomer. No, I'm an old millennial. You guys know, you fuckers narrowed down my age using the references that I made. The jokes that I made and the references that I made. You guys narrowed it down and figured out exactly my age. So you know that I am part of what is quote-unquote the forgotten generation. The old millennials. The ones that are just barely considered millennials and not Gen X. That's me. I'm an old man in terms of Twitch. Internet age. According to Internet age, I am a skeleton. Oh, yeah. He who shall not be named, right? Yeah, but the VTubers were like one of the most unbridled fucking groups that I've ever seen in my entire life. That was like, they needed a character in there to just hit everybody with the horny bat. That one was hard to watch. And then it got even harder to watch because of what fucking happened to that. Anyway, I'm not gonna mention that name here. It's because technically on Twitch you're not allowed to talk wise about other streamers. And I don't have anything positive to say about them anymore. All right, in we go with this. Yeah. Right. For anybody that hasn't watched Pipe Dreamers, don't read chat, because there's an explosive reveal during the beginning of that session, and it's really cool to not have spoiled. But then again, it was a campaign that started a while ago, so you know, obviously, I'm not saying don't do spoilers. I'm just saying if you guys want to watch a good D&D session with some pretty popular streamers in it, Brett Ultimus is running a couple sessions right now that are really good. I'm excited about. I am streaming every day this week, by the way. Every day this week in order to make up for time that I'm going to spend petting a puppy. I'm dog sitting on Friday to Sunday. I might do a stream on Saturday, which would just take the form of me hanging out with a puppy. But no promises on that one, right? No promises on that one. If the dog is not terribly comfortable at the house or doesn't like the shop at all, then I'm not going to do it. Because my brother's dog, his old the Labrador named Dozer, he hated the shop. Dozer hated the shop just because the floors are smooth. He hated it. Dogs generally, in my experience, do not like basements. They like to hang out on the upper floor and they like to look out the window. Mainly because I haven't owned a dog in many years. We had a family dog that was way too aggressive and more of a type A personality, and so he had to be put down for biting my mom, and so that was kind of a long trauma, and we haven't owned dogs since. My brother has had a couple dogs, but Jippercorm, thank you for the 25 months. I appreciate that. Yeah, some of these are a little bit... My dog likes to poop in my basement. Oh, see, that's where we're getting all the fart noises. Yeah, so Dozer hated this, hated the shop. He hated it because he couldn't, like, walk. He would, like slide around. In my experience, generally, when I'm looking after the dog, the owner isn't around, and so they want to just look out the window to make sure that, you know, to see when their owner is coming back and get all hyped up about that. So I don't know. Maybe the puppy will be a little bit more comfortable down here. But if she doesn't like this room, then I'm not going to do a stream with her. I will just simply give her lots of love and attention while she's visiting Uncle Jesse's house. I am an Uncle Jesse, unfortunately. Let's see. I need one of them spiral wrap thingies, which are all over the place. Where they be at? What's going on here? Hello? Okay, there's some of it. This stuff. I know. I'm like digging into some like personal trauma. I mean, that's why the fart box is there, right? I'm like, yeah, and he died shortly after. Funny noise, fart noise, haha, butt noise, haha, butts. That's why it exists. We gotta keep it light around here. My dogs just need a dog bed and they game wherever. Yeah, I'm hoping that's what what Jelly is like, my buddy's dog. I'm hoping. Let's see. We're gonna need these. Lol butts. So for those of you that don't know, the fart box is actually a physical device. It is an Internet of Things thing that sits right over here, and we programmed what's called an ESP8266, which is it's a little microcontroller. You can actually get that to log in as a robot to the Twitch API. The Twitch API is what powers stuff like Streamlabs and Chatty and stuff like that. You can join in on a chat room and you can look for events, or you can read basically a portion of information that's running around on Twitch and automatically control things by sending it signals. You give the bot a certain amount of scope, as in things that it's allowed to do, but it can function within those parameters. So what we did is we programmed the ESP8266 with some clever code, because generally people don't think that microcontroller can do Twitch API stuff. It can, and it does it very well. So when I plug this thing in, it logs into Twitch using a special secret key that is issued by a website. It logs in and waits for any channel point redemption. Now, we can make it specifically look for one channel point redemption. I'm going to revamp the system to use what's called Node-RED, which exists on that Raspberry Pi, so that I can have Node-RED send signals out to remote things like this in my shop. I think that's a better way to do it, and that way I have one entry point for the Twitch API, whereas in the past, I was building each individual accessory as its own device. But eventually those keys expire, and I need to go in there and reissue them, and that's always like a panic moment of confusion. It'd be better if I could just do it with one singular device. Anyway, so that thing I plug in, logs into Twitch, waits for any channel point redemption, and when it gets it, it uses a fart noise maker, like a dollar store fart noise maker that 3Mares sent to me. 3Mares sent me this fart noise maker, and it was hilarious, but I'm like, what am I gonna do with this thing? So we hooked it up to the ESP8266, and we told it to set off one random fart noise per channel point redemption. After that, because 3Mares was actually physically here, we went to Micro Center and we found in the bargain bin a speaker. It was a speaker that screws into a light socket, and it's like a Bluetooth thing for like your bathroom, so you can listen to music coming from your lights. A really weird thing, but it was in the bargain bin. Jelly is a great name for a dog. I don't know if his kids named the dog, but everybody except for you has thought it was weird, and I think it's cute. So that's actually setting a physical fart noise into the air. It turns out the quality Harman Kardon speaker, if you owned an Apple computer in the early 2000s and you had those, yeah, I know it is a cute name. I don't know why everybody thinks it's weird. If you had one of those, like the clear tower, that Dildonic clear tower of speakers that Apple used to sell, that was the type of Harman Kardon speaker in that thing. And so we put it into there, and the case is just incidentally just something that was lying around the shop. We put it in there, and it turns out it is actually very loud. It's a very loud fart noise, and the quality of the farts actually went up from putting it into that enclosure. So that's the fart box. It's got a storied past. I tweeted at Harman Kardon, and I said the fart noises are very nice and clear through your speakers, if you know what I mean, and they didn't reply. I don't know why. I told them that farts had a really wonderful fidelity through their speaker. I don't know. They didn't reply. They sent me a dick pic, though. I don't know what that's about. All right, so let's get the length of the spiral wrap on this thing. Blocked and reported. What? What? I told them that farts sound particularly juicy through their wonderful, crisp speakers. And that I yearn for the day when I hear another one. All right, so give it a nice little clip right there. Clip. This is why you don't get sponsors. In the one video, I was emailing people about, potentially getting some sponsor for like some automation stuff, and they sent me a wonderful email, and they told me exactly what they thought, which I like. They had a lot of criticisms though. Which is good. It was very constructive feedback about my video and why they wouldn't be able to, send me equipment. And one of the things that they said was that I said the word fuck in the middle of the video. I called the board a clusterfuck. I don't know. Like, hey, get with the program, man. Like, that's not the least offensive thing that I've said on stream. Like, I don't even think that bears ranking amongst the things that I've said on stream. Typically, I try to be a little bit more subtle in my humor, but I also created a device that lets off 1 of 9 random farts. So I don't know what they expected to get. Yeah, no swearsies on my Christian Minecraft stream. It's like, come on, guys. It's like the same thing with Tomato and Brett hosting all of his VODs up. Like, hey, you can't swear during the first, like, couple minutes because then YouTube will get all stupid. And it's like, stop it. Stop it, YouTube. Stop doing this to us. I know you want corporate sponsors, but those corporates fucking suck, man. Fuck corporations. Fuck them. Fuck them to hell. I hate it. Pieces of shit. Oh my God, they won't like our product if there's swear words. It's like, this is new media. Shut the fuck up. Like, stop ruining new media. That's why we're here. Because it's stuff like this. It's like weird streams where some potty-mouthed asshole's building a set of real car pedals in his basement because otherwise he'd be fucking bored out of his skull. And he doesn't really fit in typical corporate office culture. Some weirdo, part artist, part engineer is putting together a giant butt in his basement that's going to let out little butt sounds. Like, new media, get with the program. I hate that many YouTubers now blank out swear words. Yeah, and when they do, they use the 1 kilohertz full volume tone. As if they need a 1 kilohertz full audio tone to blank stuff out. Do what the radio does and put in a blank section. I actually set up on my mixer, they Rode, is it just called Rode? Is that the name of the company? I have a Rodecaster Pro that I use for gaming. I bought it because a Tomato had one, and it filtered his mic pretty well. He has like a big movie quality mic that he uses. I, however, use an AT4040, which is more of an instrument style mic that picks up literally everything. Because I like everything going into the mixer. I bought the Rodecaster because I thought it would be able to filter out my voice nicely. And we eventually got it to work. I mean, you guys have seen on the gaming streams, my voice has a certain richness and fidelity to it, which is nice. But also, it has a bunch of buttons that do a bunch of stuff. So they added the functionality of being able to bleep out stuff. And you can write over the 1 kilohertz tone. So you can have a mode where it just mutes the voice coming in. And what I did is I recorded a little bit of white noise at a low volume. And hopefully there isn't fucking somebody out there copyright striking people for white noise. But if I wanted to, I could replace cursing with a little shh that isn't full volume. But unfortunately, people who have systems like this on their setups, because you can actually do it with a Stream Deck too. You can have audio tools on some program that the Stream Deck uses. Same way that it's like muting. But you can have it do the doot over your voice, but it's like full volume. So I'll be watching somebody and they'll do the joke, and you're like, ha ha, funny, that was a good joke, but now my ears are ringing because you've full volume blasted a 1 kilohertz tone out of my speakers. And I appreciate that. Fuck. I have opinions about audio. But yeah, blanking out the beeping in the YouTuber thing, like, it's funny at first, but do it in a way that actually, like, Red Letter Media has done this a couple times. They've done a couple, like, bleep out the curse word jokes, even when it's not a curse word, so it sounds like they're being a lot more filthy than they are. But I'll turn the volume down, and it's still oppressive. Like, it still is super loud. And I'm not just, this isn't just like, yeah, one kill owl hurts. There you go. Yeah, I'll turn it down, and it still, like, hurts. Like, ugh, God. Need to run like a workshop for new Twitch streamers. You're going to be more popular than me, so let me make a suggestion that doesn't blow up everybody's speakers. Also, mix down. Mix down is super important, and nobody does it. I barely do it. I have a couple pair of headphones and some cheap speakers. So what I'll do is I will record a little bit of audio while I'm adjusting my stuff. I'll record just a little bit of audio, just me saying a phrase, and typically I'll go, what is it? Pop, pop, popsicle, because you get the P's in there. The P is sort of a puff of air, right? Bike, bike, bicycle. So that gets the B's in there. Those are sort of a bleh. And the rest of the word gives you some higher frequencies and stuff. and then test 1, 2, 3. And so that's it's a quick little phrase. It doesn't get you through everything, but it does give you a lot of variety of sound in order to test your system. You record a little bit of your voice through that, and then you listen back on different devices, and you make adjustments from there. So what I'll do is, while saying that phrase or while talking, and actually OBS really helps with this, I'll just do the computer view, and then I'll pull the filter in. Hold on, where is that? Where is that? Pull the filter in, and just take it through a range of sounds in order to get it into the right place. And so through that, I've been able to come up with the specific curve that works best for this lavalier mic and sounds good on a variety of devices. So expensive headphones and cheap headphones alike. I didn't do it on my phone because I'm not a freaking heathen, but apparently a lot of people watch Twitch content on their phones. I don't understand that one, but either way, I probably should listen to it through some cheapo phone speakers as well. I do have that phone that AT&T sent me for free. I should probably use that as the Discord phone, so I can plug it into the mixer, and then Discord can have its own channel. Yeah, testicle. Oh my God. Oh my God, he said a bad word. He said a naughty thing. I said a bad word. He said a bad word. Stream canceled. Imagine, are you watching Twitch on a phone? How do you tolerate it? Let's see. Spiral wrap, I'm just going to toss aside. I'll bet that spiral wrap landed exactly where that thing is, but whatever. Are you going to play games with others again? I don't know. I don't know. If I can figure out the Discord thing, maybe. Maybe so. You know, I'd rather my IRL friends that are like mysterious to you guys. It would be nice to do a stream with them again. But they're not too keen on being on camera. These are wider than 0.1 inch. I was wrong. I should have measured. That's okay. Well, what I can do is just put the housings on them, and then I'm going to throw a bunch of hot glue on top of them so that they'll plug in properly, but it'll just be a little weird. Watching Twitch on a phone isn't that bad. Chatting in Twitch chat on a phone is horrible. When I do like road trips, right? Like when I go to my brother's house, I'll put Twitch on the phone in the car, and then that's when my phone plan gets totally nuked by like distance charging. Adjusting audio plugins is my least favorite thing. My ears start dying, and I can't decide if things actually sound good or not. Yeah, that is tough. You gotta do it though, you know? Your audio's not bad. Your audio's pretty good. People like previously recorded with like Rich Evans, who has like the unintentionally widest range of vocal sounds that he creates, is like impossible. And so I went back the other day and I watched some of the old FTL streams that they did, because I love them, but Rich laughing and the audio mixing being bad. Like sometimes Jack will sit in one seat and Rich will sit in the other, and they'll swap seats, and suddenly Jack's volume level, which is up, and Rich's volume level, which is way down, because Rich makes some noises that will break most audio setups. Suddenly the quiet person is in the loud chair and the loud person's in the quiet chair, and oh boy, is it hard to watch those. Turn them down to no volume. Jack is whispering, and then Rich laughs, and my speakers fucking explode. Shady version of Twitch that is adblock built in? I don't know about those things. That sounds illegal. I really wish I had the right connector for this, because this housing does not fit in here. Don't let it get to you. Be strong for mother. Don't let it get to you. It's tough. I mean, and then there was, back in the day, there was a streamer that was like, what microphone do you use? I'm going to buy that microphone. And I'm like, well, no, they didn't even tell me they were buying the same microphone. They just bought the same microphone that I had, which at the time I was using a USB AT2020 with filters. I was using the filters on it, but this person buys this mic and doesn't even ask me about it. And then suddenly it's like, how do I get my mic to work? And I'm like, oh boy, this is going to take a little bit of work, because I probably wouldn't have suggested that this person get that mic, because I am fairly more hands-on with my audio. There's no 1-pin housings in that kit. I have a different kit in here, I guess, with the singular pin housings in it. Watch the cable for that thing is just sitting right here. I really wish it was, because that would be a much easier way for me to plug into this. But it's not. It's not sitting in this drawer. My other DuPont connector kit is sitting in here, though. I think. Should be. Least organized drawer on Twitch. I'm going to win a Twitch award for the least organized drawer on Twitch. It still bugs me that that one maker on Twitch created... What did they create again? I forget what the exact project was. I think it was something that... That's right. They made a bot that pours a glass of water when chat tells it to. And they won like a shit stack of money from some contest that Twitch was having. I didn't even know that that existed. C'est la vie. Such is life. Where is my other DuPont connector kit? I had ones that had the 1-pin connector in it. The 1-pin DuPont connector, but I don't see it. I don't see it in here, unless this is it. No, that's like, that's screws. Screws! Screws! Stuff! Random stuff! Random bullshit, go! Ah, boy. This is I did not know the stumbling point today would be connectors. I thought it would be something a little bit more extreme. We're better than this, right? I guess we're not. Yeah, this one doesn't have 1-pin connectors. I have one that does. I don't know where it is. I don't know what happened to it. Okay. Where else would a DuPont connector thing be? Oh, you don't think it ever happened? Nobody linked it? Okay. Because I was like, damn. Yeah, I forget where that came up, and I guess I didn't see any articles or anything on it. Where would it be? Shorty, you missed the entire start of the stream where I'm looking for this fucking connector. I don't know what I did with it. I put it somewhere, and that somewhere has not been revealed to me in a day. I thought it would be very easy to find because I was tripping over the fucking thing. And now it's just gone. You should find the connector. That's what I'm talking about right now. I have been feverishly searching for it in my 71-degree office here, sweating my ass off, looking for the stupid fucking connector that I bought specifically for this thing. I went out to eBay and I said, hey, eBay. eBay was like, yeah. And I was like, dude, you got any BMW gas pedal connectors? And it's like, yeah, I got some BMW gas pedal connectors. And I'm like, all right. You wanna maybe sell me one of them? And I was like, not here, man. Too much heat. And I'm like, all right. It was a little weird. I mean, it's like totally legal for you to sell me. Don't talk about that in the open. All right, okay, all right, eBay. I'll do whatever. And so I got the actual connector for this pedal. Well, that's not strictly true. I didn't get the actual connector for this pedal. I got a BMW gas pedal connector. Somebody at BMW suddenly woke up and went, and decided to redesign the housing for the connector, even though it's still a 6-pin connector and the pins are in exactly the same place. They redesigned the housing so it doesn't exactly fit in the gas pedal, but if I clip away some of the parts of the housing, I will be able to plug into those pins. But I don't know what happened to it. I kept it kept it over to the side so that I'd have it for today, but I don't. And then that's my soliloquy. All right, let me get back over here. I gotta like carefully move myself between all the stuff in my shop. Everything's very cluttered lately just because of all the projects that we've been working on. And this is my marathon week of streaming. I'm gonna be streaming every single day this week except for Friday because, and the weekend, because I'm gonna be dog sitting. I got a golden retriever puppy that I gotta look after this weekend. First time having a dog around in a long time. So it'll be fun. But I don't know what the dog's particular opinions are on you guys. I think the dog might think you guys are a little cringe. So until I know the dog's attitude towards you specifically, you in chat, I'm talking about you. Whether or not the dog feels you are omega cringe, hyper cringe, or just regular cringe, until I know, I'm not gonna push putting the dog on camera. And you guys might be omega hyper cringe, which would be really bad. I don't know where this fucking connector is. I'm looking everywhere. I'm just sort of hunting around for it. I don't see it anywhere. God damn it. Like, so what happened is I crimped the DuPont connectors. I can't find my other kit of DuPont connectors that have the 1-pin connectors in them, which I could have used and hot glued into what vaguely resembles a connector for this specific gas pedal. At this point, I might just shrink wrap the individual connectors and push them into the housing. Or I could miraculously find the actual car connector that I bought off of eBay. Or I could go back onto eBay and find the real one, the one that'll actually clip in. Use that. Oh, by the way, during the LAN party, my turn signals stopped working. They started working again after a minute, but that was a little weird. I think maybe there's a problem either with the cluster, the steering wheel, all the stuff around the steering wheel, or one of the computer modules in the car. I'm really hoping it's just a matter of unplugging stuff and plugging it back in, but that might be what's wrong with my windshield wipers too. In my my actual car. I'm down here on my hands and knees, and I'm begging. Where the fuck is that connect? That is a big cobweb. Oh no, that's not a cobweb. Sorry, that's a piece of glass. Okay. Fuck. The cover for the rack panel that's in the corner of the shop over there, the one that's like right over there, I keep down there, and it got covered in dust. And so I was looking through that glass panel at all this dust suspended in the air, like, oh my God, it's the Omega spider. It's the largest spider I've ever observed. No, it was just a piece of glass covered in dust. What the fuck? Where's this fucking connector? Why can't I find it? Okay, all right. Sorry, guys. I don't mean to be like this. I don't mean to be consumed by such frivolities. Spooters. It's just kind of frustrating when you, like, I know the part exists around. I just don't know what the fuck happened to it. One last idea here. Did I toss it around? No, it's not. No, it's definitely not there. Yeah, I don't know where I would have put it. I've pretty much looked in every place twice now. Up here with this stuff? No. Gotta do something with that night vision thing. The one piece that I have, the one tube. I don't know what to house it in because it's like a non-standard night vision device. I can get a camera lens on the front. That's spiral wrap. Man, you know. Yeah, you know. The only other place I could think it went was down in these drawers over here. Down here. So I'm gonna start searching down here. Just imagine what it would feel like to finally find it. Don't you tempt me with those kinds of things. What are you guys saying while I was calling you all cringe? Who said bot? Find the connector. It's just misplaced, yeah. Then I called you guys cringe and you all left. Yeah, the PP drive is amazing. I love that one. It couldn't have just disappeared. Well, it might have accidentally like made it into a garbage can or something. That might be something that happened. Don't think logically. Think like you're not thinking and haphazardly set it somewhere. The last I saw of it, it was in the bin with all of the 80/20 hardware. This bin. And I was like, what is it doing in this bin? And I think I moved it because it's not in here. I've looked like 3 times in this bin. These are the stoppers that I've made for the load cell. in possibly what is the most boring 3D design that I've ever done. So like there is not, it would be immediately apparent that there was a big pigtail of wire sitting in this thing. And there just isn't. So whoa. So it's not in there. It's not around where I had the bin on the desk. I'm gonna look again. I'm looking again. I'm moving stuff around on the desk. The forbidden gaming desk, the one that you guys only see during game streams because I've got all kinds of stuff with my address on it. And God knows it's tough to fucking keep yourself from getting doxxed when you're sitting here talking to chat. Get all this mail off to the side. No, it's not there. Surrounding that desk, I looked on the floor and I didn't see it. I looked all over the desk itself. I don't see it. Don't think it, don't say it, don't spray it. Let's see here. So that's that part. The shelf by the desk, nothing, nothing. I have scoured the floors around the desk looking for it. Nothing. Around the garbage can. Nothing. Other recycling can. I don't see nothing. I ain't seen nothing, cop. So that leaves this area over here, which is where I'm looking now. If I tossed it like this way, then it would end up in one of these bins. That's what I was thinking, but I've got some like overflow bins over here. This one contains the CPAP machine parts, which that was kind of a cool little disassembly, the CPAP. And now I've got that three-phase motor I want to do something with. Three-phase blower motor. I've been looking for a motor like that, and I wasn't finding anything until we took apart the CPAP machine. Although I think the medical company probably still thinks that I have a functional CPAP. Although I think it's gone out of warranty. And they know when you're using it because it has a little cell phone thing on it. It's got like a cell phone data plan that we could have used. What is that? That's computer stuff. So I'm seeing if I threw that connector just in here. I've got more of these circuit boards that I need to... Ah! Okay. Nothing. Nope. All right, not in that one. That aside. What about over here? Some stuff here. Under, around, through, over, on top of. I don't know, guys. It's not looking good for this connector. I know it exists somewhere in this setup, but it must have moved quite a bit. What is that over there? Hold on. Ow! Okay, that didn't draw blood. All right, what's this? Got some like materials over here that I'm looking through. That is a piece of spiral wrap. God damn it. Oh, that's the ruler. A little ruler that does all kinds of cool stuff. Oh, that clicked the mouse. Did it do anything? No. All right. In there. Nope. Ah! Man, this is kind of a mystery now. This is kind of a big mystery. Cause like, it shouldn't have gone far. It's just one of those things. Okay. All right, back to this corner. Empty bin, couple circuit boards. That for some reason are on the floor and not in a bin where they belong. What about looking in the bin real quick? See if that ended up being a dumping ground. What the hell's that? Oh, it's a solenoid. No, nothing there. Box for the cell phone screen. Wheels for my desk. Power supplies. Old night vision parts. So if anything, did I toss it over here with the fans? Don't see it. Not immediately. This bin over here. there are a lot of wires in here, but none of them are coated like the, they're not wrapped like the throttle pedal cable that I bought for $6. Oh, I'm mad. Yeah, maybe we'll have to just solder directly to them. I'll just have to kind of like carefully maneuver the soldering iron in there. The soldering iron. I'm just beside myself at having lost this cable, because it's not a common thing, and I kept it in sort of special spots to keep track of it because I would need it for this fucking stream today. You know? This is the point. One day I'll be sweeping and I'll end up finding it. What was that? Oh, it's a Bowden tube. What the fuck? What is that doing down there? Oh my god. Okay. It's not looking good, chat. I don't know. It's not looking good. Unless it's like stashed somewhere weird. Hold on. What is that? Nope, that's not a wire. It's not even a wire. I should be so lucky. After all the stuff that we've done this week, one day, yeah. After all the stuff we've done recently, it's weird that I'm not able to find one wire, one singular wire. I'm out of ideas. I'm out of ideas. It's not like it was small. I have too many special spots. Well, that sounds kinky, but unfortunately, it is the case. What else would I have done? Tossed it over there. No, it's not on the floor behind this stuff. What about around the angle grinder, which for some reason is right here? All the way on the floor. Hopefully my butt isn't sticking up into the camera right now. Nope. I ain't see it. This is truly a mystery. Like, I would love to know if it ended up in a garbage bin and got thrown away accidentally. You know, order the thing off of eBay, it comes here and I just throw it out. just like, hey man, why don't you ship that over to me? I'll throw it out for you. I don't think I can eBay another connector quickly enough. So it's down to either I plug in the housings and we hot glue everything together to make kind of like a makeshift connector, or I solder them directly. Now, did it end up, hold on, come here, chat. Stop trying to get away from me. All right. Is it down here? Like any of these bins? These miscellaneous bins? Beep. Chat. Of a whore! Ah! Son of a bitch. Okay, so it was in the bins. I have looked practically, for all intents and purposes, in every spot of the shop. For all intents and purposes. For all intensive purposes. Holy Christmas. Yeah, right? Oh yeah, that's my cousin Ducart. How you doing, man? How you been? Making sound effects today. I did actually do a whole bunch of sound effects on that mixer board, so I've got some fun stuff to play. Next time I get around to streaming games, we're not really going to have a Saturday stream necessarily today. or necessarily this week. If we do, it'll be just me and a puppy, because I'm puppy sitting, but we'll see about that. But yeah, I did a bunch of sound effects on my mixer board in order to make a stream a little bit more fun. We try to have fun here. All right, so what the hell are we doing here? I think my cousin has already left. I was looking around for this connector basically for the whole stream. I've been looking for it since the beginning of stream. We haven't gotten anything done. I did a little bit of crimping of wires here, and we're already, what, 2.5 hours in, and I haven't gotten anything done. This is what it's like. This is what it's like to build your own custom weirdo system out of trash. Doing good, making coffee. That's right, you're on the literal other side of the planet. Actually, what is on the other side of the planet? What was that thing that tells you? Oh yeah, from me. Antipodes map? Tunnel to the other side of the world. Yeah, here we go. Let's see how close this is. So, yeah, we'll go from... it'll be close enough, but if we go from like Chester, we'll do like Radnor. Radnor's pretty close to here. So if we do like Radnor, PA, we're in the ocean. Yeah, we're nowhere close. We're closer to Perth, which I think is the opposite side of Australia from him. So, so if I went out into the sea and then dug the tunnel, I guess I could probably get pretty close to where he is. But it's like Tuesday over there or something of like next week. I don't know. Is that stool from Sunshine Farm? Yes, it is. Yes, it is. So like I've told you guys, see, now you guys have proof. I'm not lying about literally everything. I've told you guys that the stools in my shop are kind of special. They're from my grandfather's bar in New Jersey, and they made their way to New Hampshire where they were his workshop stools. My dad did a little refurbishing on them, but the tops are so like water, like they've like swelled, and I can't like get a wood screw in there. I need to like glue and screw in order to get... That sounds like what I do on the weekend. Anyway, that stool top, I need to actually be able to like hold it in place. You want to see where Brisbane is on the other side of it? Yeah, let's do... Brisbane. It didn't actually find it. It didn't find it. I guess they haven't registered it like that yet. Anyway. It's like way the fuck out there. It's like most of the way to England. That is basically the Mariana Trench. Well, not really. Is it getting closer as I zoom in and out? By the way, you guys should know that right here is 000 on GPS. And so it's known as like nothing or nowhere. This is the 0 point. So if companies don't register their location with GPS coordinates, they can end up being hosted there. If you see something that has, like if you see a GPS coordinate there, it's not haha funny the GPS is messing up. It's, oh, it's got a 0 coordinate. So I want to like take a boat out there and like, you know, like open a burger shack or something. But yeah, anyway, so Brisbane, right in the middle of nowhere. Actually, it seems to be fairly close to Africa, huh? Neat. Could you recommend a cheap laptop to run Linux on? No. I know it's not. It's not. It looked like the middle. I don't fucking know anymore. We're on a boat to nowhere. Yeah, we're here. We're at nowhere. All right, so we found the connector because I put it in a special place, and that special place was fucking. I might as well have put it in a safe on Reddit. In terms of keeping it from finding anything. God damn it. So anyway, we found the connector. It's not exactly the right connector. I bought it off of eBay. It doesn't quite have the right shape. The pins are in the right spot, but I think they changed the keyways. Like I was saying, somebody at BMW like woke up one day and just went Dee! And decided to change the keyway layout of this connector. So that is supposed to go into here. And it does kind of look like it would fit. So I think what we can do is get rid of the housing. Get rid of the housing, and then it'll fit in. Because right now, it goes like this, but it doesn't push in. It doesn't press down anymore. Here, let's see if I can focus a little further down. There we go. What are you guys doing, BMW? Is that mustard in my nail? It is. I can get rid of that. I need to like wash my hands better before stream. And then I get my head. Then I'm like searching around on the dusty floors for stuff. So what does that keyway look like? I mean, it looks like, you know, this structure here, this little cutaway there, and this little cutaway here. Those look to be represented up here. Don't you puke? Mustard is amazing, even if it's old and on my fingernail. I mean, like, could I clip the cutaway right there? That little keyway? It does, I mean, it looks like it should fit. Hold on, let me get a better angle of all this stuff. It's hard to get this stuff on a close camera, especially with getting light into this thing. I know, it's just yellow mustard, right? It's just like yellow mustard. I had like the most basic tuna sandwich in the world, which was just tuna salad from a grocery store, bread, mustard. Just vinegar and yellow. I like vinegar. Maybe that's the Dutch in me. Oh, it looks like the pins are opposite of where they should be. No, they're not. No, that works. So what? Yeah, we had a coarse French mustard for a little while around here. It's not bad. I don't mind it. It's just weird, like chewing into the beads, the mustard beads. I like my Grey Poupon. Maybe that's me being posh, but I like my mustard to sting a little bit, not a lot. So if I flip this over, 6, 5, 4, 1, 2, 3, line up, it looks like that cut. I don't think that cut really works out, and I don't think the other cut really works out, although it does kind of resemble the connector. It does kind of resemble the connector. I feel like this should fit. And maybe it's the housing around that connector that's spoiling it, because it's got these two prongs sticking out front. And maybe those two prongs don't really... No, they look like they should. Everything about this should fit, but it doesn't. What is your major malfunction here? I need light, but my light is like a mile away. Hold on, I gotta grab it. Convince it to come over here. Come on, light. Please, I got snacks. All right, there we go, I got it. I convinced it to come over. Try to get a little bit of light on this stuff. Oh, we'll make it fit. I'm trying to make it fit in the least number of steps possible right now. Well, I'll make it fit. Guarantee. Believe you me, I'll make it fit. Streamer banned for threatening chat. Yeah, so if I flip this over and plug it in, I still can't get light in here. I'm gonna have to move entirely to the side in order to do this. I gotta move even further to the side. I got 72 inches of desk here, and I'm using the last 2 inches towards the computer. God damn it. This project is large, and everything in it is large. I've been taken over. Okay, so get some of that light in there. Yeah, that's what's up. I still can't get this at an angle and show you guys it unless we move down and you guys move up like that. There we go. Oh, look at all that light. Okay, so 6 pins, we got the cuts there, and we got one cut coming in from the side over there, and then over here we've got the little knockout for that, but I don't see anything for this pin right there. That might be encroaching on that, and that might be why it's not fitting in. Because this looks like it wants to click in, but it just doesn't. I mean, like, why did they do this? Why did you do this, BMW? Why? So if I knock out, I think the one coming in from the side here and the one coming in from the side here, this one, that right there, and this right there, I think that'll enable it to plug in. So let's see if we can move those. We can convince those to move out of the way. and then magically the plug will plug. That's not gonna do it. I need something with like real thin jaws. Either needle nose pliers, maybe a knife just from the side. We just shank it really quickly. Okay, what is holding on to the... There we go. The big medical forceps with the big jaws on them. These things are really good at gripping stuff to the point of where it hurts a lot, but... I got some of it. Well, luckily this automotive plastic is kind of pretty brittle. It's just kind of like giving it up. Just kind of breaking away. I didn't really want to modify this housing at all, but I will. I have no regrets. Let's see what that did. Yeah, it fits on a little bit more now. It's still being held though. Oh, I was plugging it in backwards. Haha! I'm the wiener! Yeah, I gotta remove both of those gates, those two keyways, and then it'll open up. Yeah, I guess chalk or like graphite, but it didn't really seem to... I've never had good luck with those techniques, is what I was trying to say. Sorry. Got distracted by my own thoughts. All right, so I can see in there. You guys might have a little trouble. It's too much brightness. So like that one right there, I've partially removed, and that one is almost completely gone. The one on this face right here, this face. So I'm gonna try to remove those a little bit more, and then we can have a plug that actually plugs into a thing that's supposed to plug into with the plug. Plug, 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 plug. Pug? Oh my God, it's a pug. Its eye fell out. God. That breed used to be adorable. Pugs, they used to be adorable. If you see the over inbred squish face version of a pug, they got this little tiny snout and it's very cute. And then I guess breeders went, because breeders are like the worst people on the fucking planet. They were like, let's breed them so that they choke on their own face. You'd think the current pug came from Chernobyl. I don't know how to get to that thing to get it out of here. I could just break it by doing this. But I'm gonna bend the pin, and I don't want to bend that pin right there. It might be important. Might be vital for the functioning of this machine. Yeah, I don't know how anybody can, like, I don't know, ethically own a pug. Boxers have it worse. I had a buddy that had a boxer. It was a sweet dog. I think it was a boxer. This is a little different. I don't know. Could have been a different breed. Doing this with a knife is bad because these knives are kind of fragile at their tips. And I don't want to snap the knife tip off. But I'm having decent luck getting the thing out of here. I'm sorry, this is not the most visual thing to do right now. Unfortunately, you know, the cameras and lighting. Kodak got in trouble, maybe even still gets in trouble back in the day for being racist because they weren't able to take pictures of black people very well. And we run into that kind of problem when we deal with black plastic because this camera is auto-adjusting its light levels in order to make stuff kind of bright and gray. So when I put this into the center of our vision, it's actually overexposing everything else in its field of view. It's very difficult for me to use stuff like matte black plastic and actually show it to you guys on camera. This is why I prefer gray matte, gray filament, gray stuff. It's a lot easier to see. The white perf board also messes with the exposure settings on the camera and screws it up. I need to buy more gray stuff because apparently the camera is looking to get like a certain histogram of colors out of the whole thing, and it just messes everything up. So when something is made to be discreet and sort of fade into the shadows of the pedal box in your car, or the footwell of your car. Unfortunately, getting that thing on camera is rather difficult. It just messes with these little webcams a little too much. Now, I would love to have a one-stop camera solution for everything, but it's tough. Knife fragments are really cool. Yeah, thanks, Demethil. That's a great opinion there. No, he corrected himself. They're not cool. You are correct. Yeah, the tip of this one is already popped off somewhere. It's probably embedded in the plastic. It feels like my lights aren't as bright as they should be. Nah, I think they're okay. All right, so let me try to get the rest of this tab out of here. So I guess in 2015, BMW decided to add some kind of a keyway tab to their gas pedal plug. And so right now, I am extracting that keyway tab. Well, two of them. There's one on each side. Why they did this? I don't know. Maybe the ones without the keyway tabs are potentiometer based, whereas these are capacitive sensors. That might be the case. Maybe they changed the technology a little bit, and so they decided to add the keyway so that you wouldn't use the wrong thing in your car, which is nonsensical because they made this thing react exactly the same way as a potentiometer. So I don't get it. They changed stuff just for the hell of it. They certainly didn't get a deal on, you know, they're manufacturing all these parts. It's their fault. Man, Kodak, they were like, digital cameras, psh, those aren't going to catch on. We're going to keep making facilities that use chemical films to develop things. Remember, I had an architectural job in 2003 or 4. And one of the things that we worked on was one of the chemical facilities that Kodak was putting up. I don't think that place is still operating. Digital cameras. Pfft. Yeah, right. And then their company explodes. All right. That might actually plug in. Stop you from using the cheaper Toyota equivalent. I'll tell you what, man, the 3 pedals that I have were $160. TurboNAD got them for probably about $20 US, maybe 30, if you really want to tally up every single cost. Ow! These connectors were not built for people to unplug. That was a very uncomfortable thing that I just did. I think I need to scrape away just a little bit more of the connectors so that it plugs in all the way. Oh, there was also a little piece of plastic in there. This is tough. This is tough to do. Oh yeah, it looks like it smushed a bunch of pieces of plastic to the bottom. It's like machining its own opening. I mean, I could try to use microfiles. This plastic will file pretty easily. It's just the microfiles come to a point at the top. So that's not really going to help me out. And then the other one, the one that I have that would work, is a flat file, which isn't going to really work on the... No. Dremels, no. Never Dremels. Never Dremels. No. I hate the Dremel. I really do. You know, maybe that's a bit of a hot take for somebody who, I guess, fashions themselves a maker, because Dremels they're not really the right tool for a lot of the jobs that they're used for. They're fairly clumsy, and the bits that I could get in here, I mean, I guess I could do a pretty decent number on it. This plastic is so soft that I think the Dremel would do more damage than good. It's tough to figure out exactly where you should be using a Dremel versus other tools, and I shy away from them. They're too clumsy. It's not even about needing like, you can have the steadiest hand in the world. It's just too clumsy of a tool for a lot of different jobs. And if I used a specific plastic routing tool, it would be one slip of the wrist and this whole thing would just get grenaded. Whereas I'm doing perfectly fine work here with a microfile. So it's about choosing your battles, right? Everybody left for tomato. Happens about this time. A steady state hand, yeah. I'm getting all the little ends of that keyway out of here. Kind of like, just kind of being mean to it, prying it aside. Okay. Connector, plug. I think they work. I think they work together. It's still here. I appreciate it. That's okay. You guys watch whatever you want. Okay. Hey, I got a plug that plugs into the gas pedal. I'm pretty excited about that. Correcting oversights. Yeah, there are some situations. Was there like stuff on this, or did I get that on my hand? But yeah, the situations where a Dremel is useful. There are situations. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying it's totally useless, but more often than not, I do not use the Dremel. I have friends who use Dremels so extensively that they have burnt out the motors on several of the ones they use, and I think technically they don't know how to use the Dremel properly. They don't know to keep that motor running, because otherwise, when the motor stalls out, you do significant damage to the Dremel. You do heat damage, and you just do, you know, potentially electrical damage. You can harm the brushes. You want that motor to always be running at whatever RPM you've set it to, and you do not want to block the airflow of the Dremel. Those are the two most important things that run the Dremel, is the airflow and not stalling, because the motor moving will move air through it. So what you're supposed to be doing with that grinding wheel is not shoving it into the project so hard that the motor stops and then backing off a quarter turn. You're supposed to be allowing the grinding wheel to do a little bit of work while keeping the RPMs up. And I don't know what plays into, you know, the modern. I'm trying to get the connector off again, and it's just not working. I'm trying and trying. I don't know what goes into the modern construction of a Dremel. I mean, if you really want, you can get a Proxxon, like a really nice one, really nice, like die grinder kind of setup, or one of those ones that's like a separate motor with like the cable. But if you don't keep that Dremel running, what was I saying? Oh, what the hell was I saying? I totally lost my thought process because of all the crap I'm trying to pry my hands into. Basically, with the Dremel, I think they kind of cheapened out a little bit on them, and that's affected a lot of them. Third most important part, don't start a fire. Yeah, that's the other one. Watch out for dust and sparks and stuff like that. Okay, so what do we got here? This fabric wrap is disgusting, and I really wish that cars didn't do this. But with inside of an automaton, that's another thing. I know a streamer that says automaton instead of automation. Automatic, automaton. Anyway, so in cars, you're basically talking about like an interior space with a bunch of hardware in it, right? So you got wires running everywhere. But if you leave those wires bare, they will tap up against stuff and make tapping noises. And so what they'll do is they'll put a fabric wrap around all the wiring harnesses to make them more like a cloth kind of thing. They do this everywhere. They do this in the engine bay too. Damn it! I gotta go grab that. They even do it in the engine bay. And the problem with doing that is that people like me, people like us, who always answer the telephone. I gotta watch that movie again. True Stories. It's just such a weird, quirky movie. I love it. Anyway, yeah. So they have all their harnesses wrapped in fabric, and then people like us come along and want to bastardize their wonderful engineering. We are responsible for removing this wire wrap. But this wire wrap is made much like our favorite material in the world around here, electrical tape. Electrical tape sucks. What's up, Groovy? Yeah, thank you, Ted Stryker. So electrical tape is made to survive in a broad range of temperatures that are below 80 degrees. If you get electrical tape, I've watched True Stories dozens of times. Good on you. Good on you. I love that movie. It's so weird. It's just the weird Midwestern existence. Anyway, much like electrical tape, this stuff leaves behind a horrible residue that's going to pick up all kinds of detritus and bullshit as we work with this. I believe that this fabric wrap is much unlike, you know, the typical BMW stuff that I've run into in the past. I will be beside myself if we're able to get this stuff off of here and actually work with it. I've got a green box on my dropped frames, so I think I'm good. Yeah, 0% dropped frames. My bitrate is kind of middling right now. Where's my bit rate? 5,600. That's pretty good. Usually I'm around 6. Yeah. So I think that's you, man. You gotta take it up with the task manager. Oh yeah, that's right. You had your internal electronics update. Did they have to do anything to like shut you down briefly? I'm glad it's good news though. Groovy's got a pretty extensive pacemaker. And like he's described where they have to do a software update and it shuts down the pacemaking for a brief amount of time and you basically die. I've just been forcing my stuff to buffer no matter what speed recently. Yeah, man, I think you got to call Verizon. I don't know what you can do if you don't get, you know, if you're not allowed to be master of the account, but you definitely need to call them. I don't know what you can do though. I'm sure you've yelled at them every way you possibly can. I'm looking for a seam in the tape so I can untape this. That's why I seem to be like distracted. I don't see a seam though anywhere. Is this really like a fabric tube? This can't be. They can't possibly, they can't get away with this. There's no way. There has to be a... Chat, I don't think there's a seam. Seems like... There's no seam. No, wait a minute. There's a seam. There's no seam. Are you kidding me? No, it looks like there's one right here. This can't be happening. They paced me to check the integrity of the leads and it felt like running a marathon. Oh my God. They need a fan in there for people who get all sweaty like me. Oh my God. Yeah, Twitch being twitchy. All right, I'm going to try to get a pair of scissors on this so I don't accidentally cut a wire and just see if I can work out the fabric. When I was a kid, we went to the local video store, and this was in the 80s. Went to the local video store, and I got a can of silly string. And I was opening the can of silly string in the kitchen, and so I was holding it's like a you know an aerosol can that had a piece of tape around it. Yeah, True Stories from 1986. Yeah, good movie. Held the can like this, had the kitchen scissors like this. I ended up whoosh, getting a big cut right in there. I think I still, yeah, there's the scar. There's just a little scar right there. There's also, if you care to, well, after you watch the movie, there's also a Red Letter Media thing on it too. That kind of explains it out. I didn't remember the movie until they showed it, and then I was like, oh man. I felt like I've heard of the movie before. This thing is not cutting. It's not cutting. What if we use the weird scissors that I never use? I got some weird scissors. I got those like Japanese style scissors back here somewhere. Where do those go? Are they down here? If they're down here, I can barely get to this drawer right now. Hold on. Where did those weirdo scissors go? I think maybe I moved them. Because those are like really sharp and would probably make short work of this. Oh, maybe these nail scissors. These are for trimming nails. These might still be sharp. Those precision scissors, I need to find another pair that's just like those. I've been having trouble finding them though, because they're, I don't know, they're a little bit weird. They're a little bit weird. The ones that I bought, the listing for them made them look exactly the same as these, but they were smaller. like they were like reduced in a computer to an exact number, like in a photocopier and set to a %. Yeah, I just couldn't find the seam on the tape of this stuff. Like maybe if I cut far enough, I'll be able to rip the rest off. eBay surgical scissors. That's a good idea. I bought in my pursuit of another pair of those, I also found a really nice set of hair trimming scissors that are like fully stainless, and they've got like the little brass like thing for you to like rest a finger on and be all fancy. Sharp sharp means both tips are super pointy. Huh. That's like an actual thing. Oh, shit. I almost shaved that wire, didn't I? I actually did a little bit. There's still enough jacket on it, and it's one of the grounds, so... Damn it! Still not. Still didn't do it. Sharp round, sharp... Yeah, sharp round would be for doing what I'm doing right now, which is peeling under fabric and snipping it away. There are specific scissors that they use for that kind of thing. This is the elusive missing connector. You're correct. This is the one that I could not find. It was in the bins of screws. I put it there specifically so that I could find it again, and clearly that worked perfectly. Clearly that worked perfectly. All right, 6 connectors. We only need 3. The ones we need are which ones? I think, is it out 1 or out 2 that does the full swing 0 to 5 volts? This one is a swing from what to what? Suitable connector for the throttle pedal. As soon as I got home, I wired it up to see if it worked or not. Works charmed, draws 4 milliamps, throttle action, gives 3.1 volt span, 0.7 to 0.3, blah, blah, blah. The other potentiometer Hall sensor has it's actually neither a potentiometer or a Hall sensor. It's actually capacitive. Only half, 1.6. So the one and the other one is as close as we get. Yeah, there's no logic in it at all. I looked everywhere. Okay, so we don't know which one is which, but we'll try to get the one that has the higher swing, and I'm assuming that's out 1. So we'll just take out 1, because there's 2 separate circuits on the same circuit board that don't interact with one another. Very strange. 0.5 to 4. So we use 1. Ground 1, out 1, signal 2. No, ground 1, why? Okay, out 1 and signal 2. Proofread. Anyway, so we'll use, yeah, no matter what swing we get, we can calibrate it to be a nice range of motion. But I would like to, you know, give it the best chance. But if it's half a volt to 4 is a nice range. It's a very nice range. Hopefully we can get that. So we're going to take pin 1, 4, and 5. 1, 4, and 5. That matches your records. Yeah, I recognize it too. Pin 1, white. Okay. 2, 3, 4, and 5 are on this side. So we're all the connections that are on this side. Oh, that's not, wait a minute, that's not pin 1 at all. Hold on. I think I need to get rid of the rest of the connector. I need to get rid of the rest of the stuff because I can't quite see. Can't see what I'm doing. Can't hold a note. Can't carry a tune. Bloodhound Gang song. I met the keyboardist of the band that Bloodhound Gang became after they were Bloodhound Gang. It was like Wolfpack or something like that. He's a nice guy. Worked with him a little bit for festival stuff. All right, there we go. Now we're free. Jesus, this thing was really on there. Okay. All the pins are free. All right, so we're going to take pin 1, 4, and 5. So 1 is here. 4 and 5. Now, if I was psycho, I could probably go into this and extract the pins and like uncrimp and recrimp them in the weather housing, because there are ways you can pick apart these things. There's all kinds of little doodads that you can undo in order to take this thing apart, but I'm not going to do that. I'm going to cut these. I could just leave them alone and I could solder to the very end of this thing, but then that'll make kind of like a solid pigtail coming out of the end. So I think what I'll do, we'll just cut them about here, and we'll leave them at that length. Because I'm going to be putting the silicon jacketed wire on this stuff, which is going to make it like suddenly very flexible, which is weird. Which is totally weird, but we'll live with it. Chat, we're actually getting stuff done. My God. Cut those a little shorter. Give these a little bit more room. And then we'll get shrink wrap in here. Too bad I don't have like a long wire length of this stuff, because this stuff is fairly rigid. And it would be better to keep the consistency of the cable, but unfortunately, we're not doing that. So this is going to be a suddenly very flexible cable, and hopefully the spiral wrap will hide all of the weirdness. It's all 18 gauge, so it's nice and easy to cut. And it's not silicon jacketed, so it's got these thin jackets on it. Now, when I solder this, I'm going to assume that the jacket is going to it's going to recede, because when it heats up, that just kind of happens to this kind of stuff. So, take the vise. Got him. Well, thank you guys for joining me for such a weird series of streams. I'm sort of doing a lot of hardware for this thing. We're jumping back and forth between hardware and software quite a bit. Today was mostly like searching for stuff, and obviously we're still going for a little while. But these have been some weirdos. These have been some weird streams, getting my whole system together, and it's tough to explain to people, because somebody will come in from the wide world of the internet. Get ready, get set. We're riding on the internet. And they'll come in and they'll be like, "What the hell are you doing?" And I'm like, "Dude, I don't have 20 minutes to explain the whole project to you, and I feel bad about that." Oh yeah, you guys might want to see heat. Bop! We got thermals. Thermals and movement cube. Yeah, we got thermals on this channel. Pretty cool. Alright, do one of those. Do one of these. So what I'm doing is I'm pre-tinning these so that when I put the soldering iron on it, it melts very quickly. And then you're just doing solder to solder on the wire instead of, sometimes people will put the wires up against each other and they'll add solder at that point, which isn't bad because the solder has the rosin core on it, and that flux, that rosin, will get around everything and allow the solder to flow in and fill the strands so that everything solders together nicely. I'm not doing that. Oh yeah, shrink wrap. Shrink wrap. Shrink wrap. Oh God, I can't even, like, the hot air gun isn't even gonna fit over here. It's not even gonna fit. It won't fit. So I just need enough shrink wrap to cover over those three. Actually, I probably should have done these to different lengths, and that way all the shrink wrap nonsense would have been distributed and it would take up less space. That's all right though. That'll be good. We'll use this piece. I hope I have enough. I hope I have enough. I just don't know. No, we've just enough. I've somehow magically guessed on the length and split it into thirds perfectly because I'm the chosen one. I watched the last 4 episodes of Clone Wars last night. Not because I hadn't seen them before, but just because I decided to do that. Those are some good Star Wars. Those are some good Star Wars, let me tell you. The Star War. Is that, oh yeah, it's more Sark emotes, right? Mr. America Bother. I don't know much about Sark. Seems like a good guy. Seems like a good streamer. Loved Clone Wars. Bad Batch is pretty good too. A lot of it seems like kind of like a big toy commercial, especially Rebels. Rebels, I really like the ending stuff with Rebels, but it's a big toy commercial, guys. It's just a big, yeah, the War of the Stars. I don't know. It's a big toy commercial. I don't like toy commercials, but Watches APL's old stuff on YouTube from Machinima. Maybe. You know, I was a big Funhouse fan. Watched a lot of that old stuff, but I haven't seen much Sark. Yeah, I should check it out. Anyway, yeah, Rebels. Rebels is very good in parts. It becomes very Star Wars feeling. And, you know, I never was a big Star Wars kid. I was a big Star Trek kid. Star Wars Trek, Star Trek Wars. But, yeah, I don't know. The wrapping up of Clone Wars was really well done. It feels very Star Wars. Best of Inbox. Trek in the Stars. Star Crash. Oh, God, I have to order... I'm going to do that right now. Hold on. I'm going to order solder. I'm going to order more solder. This has been 4 years, 5 years in the making. Let me see if I can find a date on the Amazon thing. I have to order more solder. I need solder. That truly would destroy this week of streaming if I ran out of solder. Although we're not doing a ton with solder this week. It's just like, yeah, I can't function without it. The last order of solder was, oh my God, I got to scroll way back. We should do a prediction on this, but I think my mods are literally dead. I think they literally died. Literally. I don't see the solder in here. The solder iron holder I ordered in 2015, it was $75. I got my use out of it. I saw Rebels, but a bit less liked by people. They haven't tried it yet. Yeah, I think if you can get into Rebels, you will very much enjoy it. That's my opinion on Rebels. But it also is, admittedly, it's in parts it's just a toy commercial. But when it gets rolling, it gets rolling. Like, it's good. I don't see solder anywhere. What is this stuff called? Rosin. Do rosin core. I'm looking through Amazon results to see if I can find the solder that I ordered. Spool. It's all filament. It's all filament. Where's the solder? I don't see it. Page 2. Hey, Finn. Oh. No, spool, lead. Just search lead. No. There's stuff in here from, like, 2013. So I should be able to find the solder that I ordered. Soldering iron tip. Beginner level soldering kits for my nephew. He was, like, over the moon about building a little metal detector with the soldering iron. So when he visits next, I've got a couple soldering kits that we need to do. And I am not going to put them on camera. I absolutely fucking not going to put them on camera. I don't see, what else can I search for this? Hold on, let me look and see what the solder's called. That's all the ASNI stuff. Hold on. Kester. Let me search Kester. I'm going to order solder right now. No results. What the hell? All right, I'll just look for it again. What is this stuff called? Let's see, like a ratio on this thing. I'm getting ratioed by my own solder lead ratio. 44 rosin core. So Kester 44 rosin core. 2010 is when the solder was made. Kester solder 44 rosin core 6644 0.8 millimeter 1 pound spool. $44. What is this stuff? This stuff is 0.6. 0.8's too much. I want 0.6. So I want 44, but I want 0.6 millimeter. Kester 44, lead solder wire, melting point 0.025 inch. What is 0.025 inch? That's big. Trying to get the same thing, and while I'm at it, I'll add a spool of thin solder to it as well. 44, what's the ratio on this thing? Lot number, no. Oh, 6644, 0.6 millimeter, 0.025. So that would be $33 of solder. Yep, that's the one. Kester, 44. Here, hold on. I'll show you guys what I'm looking at. I'll order it on the other page, but I'll, or on the other monitor, but I'll show you guys this. So, thank you for being a Prime member. 1 pound spool. 0.025. What is that model number? 24 dash. Okay, hold on. This stuff is 24-6040. 6337 dash 0018. So, is that? Yeah, see, it's 24-6040 on mine, but all the other part numbers are the same. Let's see if we can find the right thing then. Amazon. And 6040 018. $30. 0.025. That's the stuff. Rosin core wire solder roll. Get a pork roll and a solder roll. 1.05 pounds. What's so special about it? Flux activated rosin for flux core solder wire. Virtually dominated the field. Yeah, I want a history lesson about my fucking solder. When did Jippercorn sub? Wait, what did I miss? Was that like a day ago? I think that was a while ago, wasn't it? Hold on. I gotta catch up with... Jippercorn did that an hour ago. Jippercorn, if I missed you, I'm sorry. I genuinely apologize, because I've been a little distracted today. Thank you for the sub. Same with Chemist Security. Thank you for the 100 bits. Cosmo Quest, that was yesterday, right? Yeah, Chemist Security and Cosmo was yesterday. Okay, cool. I'm caught up. Yeah, this stuff is rosin core. I guess the difference might be the rosin. I don't know. Okay, all right, so I'm getting this. And then I want to get something that's thinner than 0.025. Ooh, look at that solder wire. Look at that thing. Yeah, that looks pretty good. It's only $12. My thing was fucking $75. I wanted a more fancy solder holder, and this thing had that flared pipe at the top. I eventually broke down and ordered it, but I probably shouldn't have. I had to make my own base for it. Oh yeah, that's right. This window was specifically to look for that. So this is not the right stuff. Now we need something smaller. Something smaller, something very thin. 0.5. That's double the size. I want something smaller. Smaller than 6 millimeter. Or whatever it is, 0.6 millimeter. 0.025 is what I'm getting. That's what this is, right? I'm just going to double check. Something, solder. Something, different languages. Something. Yeah, 0.6 millimeter or 0.025. But I need thinner. I need thinner, because the times that we do certain surface mount stuff, it gets really clunky. I've seen other makers like pull the solder to make it thinner. That doesn't work. Mine just snaps. Like, what are they doing? I don't understand. 0.2. It's not that much smaller. I need smaller solder. I need I don't know, point whatever's below 0.25. Ugh. I usually tell myself that I'll look at it later. I'll look for it later, and then I don't end up buying the tools that I need in order to perform all of these tasks around here. I don't think this stuff comes in that small. So, Kester solder. Let's look that up. That's the Miaz. Yeah, it is like a fight. Yeah, for the surface mount stuff, it just immediately beads up, and then I need to use desoldering tools in order to make it look good. So I want to see if I can find some smaller stuff but I don't know what the next standard size down is. 0.15, $50. Man, that's going to be a lot. I might end up using that a lot, though. God. Goodbye, $75. I'll miss you from my bank account, even though this is an expensible thing. You can expense it on your taxes, but if you don't make enough money to file taxes, what's the point? 0.031, 0.02, 0.015 appears to be our buddy. 1.5, that's outright. All right. So yeah, we'll get this one. I'm staying within the brand. Unfortunately, it's 6337. That looks pretty small. All right, I'm gonna go drop a freaking wheelbarrow full of money on this. It's not like I don't get, you know, I don't get use out of this stuff, right? This is $80. This is $80 well spent, chat. This is $80 well spent. This will keep me streaming for another 5 years. Proceed to checkout. Proceed. Yeah, let's go ahead and start that Rube Goldberg machine of human suffering that is going to net me 2 pounds of solder by tomorrow. There it goes. Goodbye. Goodbye, money. Fucking $80 worth of solder. Probably. There were probably cheaper places, but I need it tomorrow. So that's just running a business. Running a non-profitable business. That's all right. That's all right. It's worth it. It's worth every penny because I'm going to be using it over the course of the next 5 to 10 years. Those 2 spools of solder will last me a very long time. Yeah, and that price, is that about, yeah. Your package is on the way, filled with the blood and the tears of Amazon workers. I hate that. I hate that, and I really hope Pennsylvania does some unionization stuff via, you know, in regards to Amazon. Because, you know, having Prime is very nice because any other retailer takes a lot of time to get you stuff. Amazon has, or should have, the automation to make that a reality. What they really have is the organization to make that a reality. And that organization comes at a cost of human suffering, and I don't think it should. And I don't think it needs to. But I'm sort of at the mercy of something like that because I'm trying to keep things rolling around here, you know? So if I have Prime, I'm going to use it. I'll just wipe the blood off of my hands later. Okay, let's get this cable built. Let's get this cable built. You know, they don't have Radio Shack anymore. The life cycle of a Radio Shack was an interesting thing around here because it would start out and their electronics section would be beautifully organized and everything would be exactly where you need it and they would have the part you need. And then over a couple months, it would start to get less and less organized and less and less organized and less organized until finally it was just their electronics drawers were just a mess of packaging nonsense. I actually found like Raspberry Pis, old, you know, back in the day when Radio Shack was still around, found Raspberry Pis and like pickaxes, the microcontroller package there. It was pretty cool. Luckily, I have a micro center nearby. Okay, so 4 and 5. Pin 5 is VCC 1. Pin 4? Hold on, let's just double check. Well, pin 1 is over here. So pin 1. Oh no, wait. Oh boy, chat. It is a burden to be this dumb. It is a burden to be this dumb. Absolute fucking ridiculous. All right, so now all of the connectors are going to be this very short distance. If I totally completely screw this up, I could go into the housing and get into the crimps, but I got my pin 1 messed up. So pin 1 is actually over here. So this brown wire is pin 1. Cut the brown wire. You know, stands to reasoning. Pin 1 is ground, which is brown. In at least in BMWs typically. Burping? What? I'm bourbon. Oh, wow. So they've... Chad, you know how much I messed up? Look at this. Look. Wait, don't look at that. Look at this. Here. Look, look, look. Look, ready? Are you ready? Are you ready? Each individual pin is labeled on this side. Pin 1, 2, 3. Pin 6, 5, 4, right? Each individual pin is labeled. Back here, each individual pin is labeled. They're not on two sides. I thought it was on two sides. I thought there were labels like right next to them, but look, you got the numbers just right there. How can I mess it up? So 6, 5, and 1. So it's these two and this one. How do you get that wrong? 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 Why would you get that wrong? What's wrong with you? Wrong with you? Got brain worms. I got worms in the brain. So we're trying to get the gas pedal hooked up right now, and I've taken a ponderously long amount of time to do it. I really meant to get to a lot of the cool signal stuff today. But once we get all of our hardware sorted out, and I'm taking time on this so that I can do a good job of it, so it doesn't fail. Once we get all this stuff squared away, we can then look at the ranges of values that we're getting back from this stuff, including looking at how the load cell's interacting with the rest of the system, so that I can tune them properly or do any hardware stuff that I need to do. So, all right, so pin 1 is ground, which is the black wire. Oh yeah, I need to tin these ahead of time too. Ahead of time to hack. All right. Man, I got new solder on the way. I'm excited. That thin solder is going to really benefit our efforts with surface mount electronics. Especially as we get into like higher density stuff, smaller stuff. I can actually like do legit repairs. The only thing is I don't have like a spool holder for it. I'll have to figure one out. I don't think I can get another one of these. Put a aluminum plate beneath it. I'm a one spool of solder kind of guy. You know how it is out here on the dusty plains. All right, wire to wire. Solder that up. Good to go. Power. Which pin is power? Probably the yellow wire, right? Because it's 12 volts. Let's see. VCC is pin 5, which would be the center one, which is yellow. Aha! I'm correct. Even though that's 5 volts in yellow, I probably wouldn't do that because computers do yellow as 12 volts. So I don't know if I'd do that. But that's what they decided to do at BMW headquarters. And then they decided to add a couple keyways to their connector for some ungodly fucking reason. That doesn't feel like it's soldered. Yeah, it really didn't do a good job. Hold on. I'm gonna need more solder on that solder. 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 Ow, ow, that's really hot. Ow, ow, ow. Ow! Stupid thing. Bit me. Stupid thing bit me. All right, and then this wire would be our signal wire. And our signal is pin 4, not pin 6. Pin 6 is the other signal wire. We want the good one, which is the first signal, signal number 1, from what I believe. Now, number 1, the larch. All right, so that, all the shrink wrap goes around these little joints here, and then we get out the heat gun in order to seal it up once and for all. The solder joint of a Montague or whatever. All right, let's see. Hold on. Heat gun. Heat gun's right down here. I always keep it close. Ow, I bumped my glasses and they're like pinching my nose now. That was a little painful. All right, plug this thing in all the way over here. What a shit show today was, huh? Just trying to, I'm glad I got the connector to finally fit into the thing though. I'm just a little flabbergasted about the universal nature of the connector for the gas pedal. Like a couple, like a model year off, and they decided to add an entire keyway to the thing in order to keep, I don't know, you from using older or newer gas pedals. That's just, it just defies logic. So now we have the super flexible silicon wires soldered up to the not so flexible automotive wires. And I will just spiral wrap over the whole thing. Is it a newer or an older? See, that's what I'm wondering. Why would they add a keyway? And what that does is, whichever one has or has not the keyway, newer or older, in spite, will be cross-compatible. So does the newer gas pedal plug in to the older system, or does the older system plug into the newer gas pedal? Because it is a one-way kind of deal. You can go back. We have to go back. Yeah, this is not much of a pigtail, is it? Probably should put something over the end, but I'll just leave that alone. It'll just be frayed wires sticking out of the end here. But now this will plug directly into the circuit board and give us what we need in terms of outputs, which we will look at digitally. Look at those digits. All right, so first off, we can plug the 1 into here. And that'll give us 5 volts and ground on the right pins. That's wire strain relief stuff is kind of lacking. Maybe to force all third-party companies to make fresh stuff for each model. I don't know who's making third-party gas pedals, but I guess so. Or it might be just that they're trying to retire the old style gas pedal so that people don't end up having whatever that conscripted kind of like fake safety scenario was. Remember all the troubles people were having with gas pedals? And there was like all the recalls? Maybe it's to address that. Maybe they put the keyways in there so that people would have to go to the new ones. I don't see nothing happening. I'm looking at the digital signal as I push the gas pedal. Maybe I got the pin out wrong. All right, let's employ the oscilloscope in a slightly different manner. So instead of looking at that, I'm going to point it towards the data pin, which I can't get to over there. So I gotta move all the way over to the device, the circuit board, and plug into the gas pedal center pin, which is right there. And so we're looking at that voltage level. It's not doing anything. Okay, so that answers that. So then the question is, let's pull this thing off of here. Pull this out, and let's double check our connections first. Do you know C? Nope. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know nothing. I don't know nothing about nothing, officer. You can't pin nothing on me. I'm innocent. One, 2, and 3. You can't do that. That's illegal. That's illegal here. That is illegal. That is against the law. I plugged the scope into the center one. Blah, blah, blah. Let's just double check our connections here. Yeah, you got to specify if it's metric or imperial. Pin 6 is connected to the data wire. Pin 6 is signal 2? Son of a bitch. Yeah, this is the pin that I should have been connected to. So my signal wire is just on the wrong one. Okay, so let's unplug this. Oh boy, I gotta do rocket surgery. Unless, no, I can't pick that out of the housing. So I'll just cut it and redo it. Not the worst thing that could happen, but the second worst thing that could happen. Little cut, cut, cut. Little cut, cut, cut. Come on! Stupid. I'm gonna have to find shrink wrap that's this size. I'll just use a different piece. I have a bunch. I have a bunch. It's okay. Nobody's gonna see. Nobody will even know. Certainly not 85 people will know my dark secret. That I flipped the numbers around. Oh yeah, you didn't know about Electro Boom? Electro Boom's pretty cool. I don't know, I can only take so much Electro Boom though. A little bit of Electro Boom goes a long way. Alright, get that done. I also as a result of what I do, I can't really watch other electronics style channels because I'll end up taking up their memes, right? Yeah, he is a good teacher, certainly. I'll end up taking up their memes, like their personality traits and stuff if I'm not careful. That whole absorbing media thing that I do. So I'm a little bit more careful about like not watching that stuff. You guys know about channels and stuff better than I do because I kind of stay in my little world here and we have our own little memes. And I try to preserve those memes as their own personality instead of taking on somebody else's. But that's on me. That's on me. Right, yeah, he kind of forces the explosions and stuff. Working on electronics is more like what we're doing here. It's the occasional burn. It's a good opportunity to hang out, kind of chill out and talk about stuff. And enjoy each other's company. We use the worst blue ever. I don't know why they decided to use this blue. But, yeah, well, it's like the bird in Citizen Kane, where an executive thought that people would fall asleep in the theater, so they put a bird screeching just as like a scene transition. Which is a little disingenuous, to be honest. All right, so solder this one again, and this should probably work now. What I'm trying to do is position them on top of one another. Yeah, occasional rants. Yep, that's pretty much what it is. Welcome to my occasional rant show. Or the show where I crawl around all over my shop trying to find a particular connector that I put in a special spot. Not even known by me, and I don't even know the location of my special spot. That is just not cooperating, is it? I mean, it's kind of soldered, but I kind of want like a bead of solder on there. I'll add just a little bit to the tip. Maybe that'll help. Shit. There we go. Guaranteed 100% it'll work. It'll work. Because I'm definitely now connected to pin 4, which is out 1. Now out 1, ground 1, and power 1 are all getting a connection. If I really wanted to, I guess I could. I don't know why they run 2 independent sensors on this thing. I don't know if it's for like full redundancy, so that they have 6 wires that are, you would have to sever a significant number of wires in order to not have gas pedal functionality. I suppose that makes some sense, but I don't know. It just seems a little weird. 2 sensors, I suppose, makes sense, but it's the 2 power runs that I'm wondering about. Wrap up our mistakes and never talk about them again. There we go. I guess I could probably like push that a little further up, but that's okay. It can be a little jank. I can allow for some small amounts of jank. They're on separate fuses. Huh. One side shorts and goes full throttle. The car can see it's not intended and won't put you into a tree. I get, yeah, that, all right. Yeah, that does make sense. That does make sense. All right, so plug this in. Click. That's a really hard thing to unplug. It's got all the weather seals on it so that, you know, when you spill your soda on your gas pedal in your car that doubles as a dumpster with all your snot in it, it won't short out your pedal. All right, and then over here, I'll plug it into this thing with full confidence that we will get a signal out of it. Oh yeah, and then I'm not plugged in over here. Hold on. Plug back into our system monitor. And then our syncing bit so that we can stabilize our scope. Oops, missed. Going for this one. There we go. There it is, right there. Oops, you guys didn't see it. It worked the first time, I assure you. So let me focus the camera. I'm trying to move you guys in a little bit more. Let's see what's going on. And so what we're looking at is a zoom in of the signal. I'll zoom in a little bit more. We're looking at these two, the first couple. You can see it going up and down. So the most significant bits are over here, but look at how clean that signal is. I mean, you could almost control just 3 throttle levels with this thing, but like, that is a wonderfully clean signal. Look, I can hold it steady on a, so, that's so good. Look at how stable that is. Oh my God. Guys, this is what engineers get off on. Let's just put that, let's just sink that one into the basket. This shit gets engineers, especially electrical engineers, off. This is amazing. It's so, yeah, it's a damn nice sensor. Look at how little noise there is. Look, the load cell is glitching away, right? The magnetometer is relatively stable. So if I actually touch the clutch pedal, oh no, that is the clutch pedal. So the clutch pedal's glitching away. The load cell's actually kind of stable right now. Oh no, never mind. No. It is the clutch pedal is stable. The load cell is all over the place. It has 3 bytes associated with it. But these first 2 are the gas pedal, and it is just brilliantly stable. Look at that. Oh, it's so good. I don't know if all of you out there know how great it is to have a sensor that's just like dialed in. Like, it's beautiful. The gas pedal has needed almost no attention in the grand orchestra that is this project. What's happening right now, what we're looking at is a bus master, the bus, this thing over here, that chip right there, buried under all of this trash on my desk, is requesting 4 different addresses. Oh, bother, allowed the term pedal. What? Automod, what? Oh, boy. All right, so what's happening right now... Slaps Automod with a trout. I know, right? So what's happening here? No, it was the term that was banned was pedal. The pot on the VW Polo pedal is almost as good. I don't know, potentiometers, in my experience, like wander a little bit, right? I don't know, maybe that's just me. The load cell's the one that's really like wandering around because it has 10 bits of data, which is just way too many numbers to represent a weight load. It is incredibly sensitive, like to the point where I'm going to have to program in a dead portion of it because I would like to rest my foot on the pedal. So we'll need to figure out whether or not I can rest my foot on the pedal and still get a good range of braking out of the thing. And that's what I wanted to work on today, but we only just barely got this freaking thing wired. So what is happening right now? What is this? What is all this stuff you're looking at? We don't need thermals right now. I apologize for turning those off. Down there in the corner, losing my religion. out there in the spotlight. Down there in the corner, and unfortunately, I didn't adjust the clamping and stuff to put it on the desk today, or for these streams. Maybe we'll do that tomorrow. We'll get this thing hooked up here, and we'll do the cabling for the shifter so that we can get all the hardware squared away, and then we can start tuning stuff. But anyway, my sim setup is a little weird because I have one computer. I don't have multiple. Why isn't there a thermal camera? Fucking ban. All right. Shut up. So yeah. What is this system? Well, I don't have two computers, and I don't really have a great range of motion on my monitors. So hooking my gaming computer up to, or making a sim pit, is a lot of space that I don't really want or need to take up. So what I've done is I've made a system by which I can clip my sim setup to the side of the desk. Now, being being this channel, I had to go way over the top with everything that I'm doing here, and I decided to use real car parts, in part because I have access to real car parts through my car buddies, and because you can find them on eBay, because people are really irresponsible with their BMWs, and they constantly are flinging them into stuff. So in that vein, having bought parts from BMWs that have been flung into stuff, I have a bunch of real... What's going on over here? Oh, did my thing slip? What's going on? What happened? Did I bump something? This should be stable. Why are you not stable? Wait, it's not showing me anything on the lower... What the hell was that? Oh, I see. Something dropped. What is happening here? Hold on. I just want to figure out this thing glitching out. What happened there? Why is there like crosstalk? What? Wait a minute. Why did unplugging those suddenly fix everything? Okay, whatever. We're not going to ask questions anymore. BMWs and bollards, yeah. Where they try to... Oh, there's always a video. There's always a video of somebody trying to sneak in after the bus on those auto bollards that they have in England that goes straight up. And apparently whoever designed that was kind of like the Secret Life of Machines guy, and they decided to really overdo the mechanicals so that it was super strong. And so what it'll end up doing is cracking somebody's oil pan or lifting the car up. It's insane, and it's hilarious to watch. It's great to have a webcam on. I hit one of those on my bike following a bus. Oh my God. Did your bike crumple like all the cars do? I got a police car the first day it was installed. Oh, justice. So anyway, what's going on here is I have a bunch of real car parts, which makes this kind of a special system. Also, I have not built a sim pit, so this whole thing is designed to clip to the side of my desk and to my desk chair. The reason it has to clip to the desk chair is because when you put force into the pedals, you know, you're putting a lot of force into them, and so they'll want to kind of roll your chair away from itself. So what I've done is I found an old piece of 80/20 rail stuff that I built back in the day to make a keyboard tray for my desk. I kind of redesigned it, and so I was left with this big tray and a big sheet of glass that I have nothing to do with. So the big tray I actually relegated to this system. I used an old part of my computer case, because we did a whole bunch of streams where we upgraded my computer case to look really cool with some 3D printed stuff. Kind of want to revisit that a little bit, but maybe once I get a graphics card, which will be never. Piece of my old computer. I took an actual car gas pedal, mounted it to that cage, because BMWs have the gas pedal on the floor instead of coming up from up above. I managed to, with the gas pedal by a brake and clutch, hook that up to a magnet, a Hall effect sensor, and a load cell. And then I've got these little circuits that I built, what convert that into LIN bus. LIN bus being the system that my actual Mercedes car wheel speaks. So this thing spoke LIN bus. I said, why don't we make everything LIN bus? I says to myself, and so I says to them, why don't we make this whole thing speak LIN bus? And so we did. Made a couple accessories that speak LIN bus. Now, I've got the option of using an actual E46 sequential shifter or an H-gated shifter, all on the same thing. We got 4 signals running around. The bus master is requesting that the address responds, and once it gets a good signal, it'll immediately latch all of its inputs and then poop back the numbers out. So the steering wheel is the only actual LIN accessory that is hooked up and responding properly. It has some bytes in it that aren't actually used in the way that they're not used in the system at all, but they're used by like an actual car to determine what steering wheel is plugged in and therefore what features are available. It replies with like a version number and stuff, so that the car knows exactly what to cater to. It's a pretty neat and intelligent system, but we've made it work for us in our own regard, and we've decided to create a couple custom packets what represent the statuses of things. So the steering wheel responds with quite a large signal. It's this one right here. And that large signal also contains the status of all the buttons. It's a 0 for not pressed and a 1 for pressed. So for us, for the pedals, we have actually this one is the shifter. This one is the shifter that's actually on this board. So if I switch this jumper wire around, you can see the 1s and the 0s change, and the checksum changes too. So you see 2 things change on screen depending on which of the 8 digital inputs I am activating on this chain. Now, because this is an H shifter, I could actually save 1 byte. No, I could save, yeah, I guess I could lower it to 4. I could use half of a byte to represent just the number that I've shifted into. So I could count up in binary from 0 to 8. Sorry, 0 to 7. It's eight positions. 0 to 7 to represent the 8 positions. I could do that. I decided to just do a 1 and a 0 for any gear, because it's like you're not going to be in 2 gears at once. I don't know. I feel like I kind of want to do that. No. We'll leave it the way it is. We'll leave it the way it is. It's just whichever one of these is activated represents the shift gear, the shift position that we're in. So, and that's sort of similar to how the other one, the sequential shifter worked. But LIN bus is not really designed for these high-speed signals. I have a feeling if we were able to find like a digital gas pedal of like a super modern car, it would be a CAN bus device, and it would probably be communicating a little bit differently than what we have here. Instead, lucky for us, this wasn't a CAN bus device. Lucky for us, we found out that the gas pedal takes a burp. It takes a burp and then I die. It takes 5 volts, very little current, 5 volts, and it capacitively figures out what the position of a rotating thing in. It basically works just like the sim, the computer, what are they? The pedal boxes that you can buy for like your computer simulator thing has just like a geared piece that pushes up against like a gear. It has a flat gear, whatever you call that. God, my words are not, I've been streaming for a little while. I'm starting to kind of run out of words. It pushes like a gear and rotates it. It just makes rotation out of the horizontal movement. And so as such, yeah, rack and pinion, I guess. So it makes that rotational movement all the way down here, and there's a capacitive sensor that figures out where it is. Nice, clean signal out of this thing. So we got all the hardware for the pedals done. We need to do the shifter hardware tomorrow. Yeah, I think I might just pack it up right here because we're kind of done for now. Because we'll do the hardware for the shifter, and then I can start like assembling this into the whole system with the office chair and everything. And we'll do that tomorrow, and that'll be a lot of stuff for us to get done. Getting this thing into some kind of a case, I don't know how that's going to work. I don't really have a good 3D printed case at the moment. I 3D printed these for the other ones, for the other boards. So I've got something to put the pedal stuff into, and we'll Velcro that in and get it all installed. Yeah, feeling pretty good about this. I'm excited to actually like clean up this desk a little bit, to actually get some of this stuff off of the desk, and then we'll just be observing the signals. So when we get the shifter done, I will still need to plug in something that is sort of a go-between on the LIN bus stuff. Yeah, because that'll have to go back under the wheel, because there will be one cable that'll go to that. And then in the future, I will be able to do this lighting control panel. The only problem is, you know, if anybody there watching me in Germany, maybe you guys could go saunter over to the Mercedes Design Center and go ask somebody what the LIN bus signal for backlighting is. And then get the most confused stare you've ever gotten in your entire life. There's some signal that I can use in order to light up that steering wheel, and I would love to be able to figure it out. There's only so many addresses in the LIN bus, so I'm wondering if maybe we make a packet that has 1 byte on it and a checksum, if we'd be able to throw that into the entire system and figure out whether or not it would light up the thing. But I have a feeling the car is turned on, car is running, you know, tag out, lockout, whatever the lockout system is probably responsible also for backlighting. Like, why not? If you have a system message that needs to run to every device in your car to tell it that it's activated, why wouldn't you put in a little thing? If you brick it, you can always hack it with an Arduino. It's true. I can. It's just I don't know how the polling of the pins, the polling of the buttons is a little bit beyond me, because they've got a weird system in place to do it. It's like there's like, it's not exactly a matrix. It's like a weird thing. They do it in a weird way, and it was easier just to allow those other electronics to pretty much dictate the entire project. I mean, hell, if I was redoing that with an Arduino, I might as well just make it into CAN bus or something. Or change this signal scheme around. Look at this, though. That is so beautiful. That is so stable. It's so stable. Look at it. I can very carefully count through binary numbers, although the tiniest bit of movement translates. Look at it. So what you're looking for in the way that this signal is being transmitted, let me focus the camera in here and you guys can see the effect of my pushing. The reason I'm not getting you guys any closer is I want the gas pedal to be at least partially visible so that you can see what I'm doing. So here, come on in close, chat. Let's take a look. When you're reverse engineering something and you have a nice little binary signal like this running around, it's cool to be able to observe it actually counting up. So when you see binary counting, what you'll see is on the least significant bits, the ones that are coming in first from, so basically it's gas pedals here, there's a little stop bit, and then there's the most significant bits here. So there's a 0 at the very beginning, and there's a 1 at the very end. 0 at the very beginning, 1 at the very end. And in between that is the byte, the 8 bits that are going to make up the signal that we're sending. So we got byte, byte. That's the gas pedal. And so that binary number, the way we'd normally write it, is flipped around in the other direction, right? So we're transmitting the least significant bit first, the most significant bit second. So looking at it that way, when we move the pedal its least amount of distance, we get a very, very small number change on this side. When we move it the most amount of distance, we get a very large number on this side. And what you'll see is basically the numbers count upwards and fill the positions at the top. That's sort of what we're looking for in counting binary numbers when we're looking at it on an oscilloscope like this. So what you can see here, when I start pushing the pedal ever so slightly, you'll see those numbers flashing in, and then they fill up the banks in front of it. Fill up the bank until it's a full signal, and then boom, it flips over and that first bit goes up. So filling the bank, filling the bank, filling the bank, more and more, until finally, bada bing, we fill up that top number. That one becomes a 1. So as those fill up, as those ones fill up, our number's counting up and up and up until finally, boom, there it goes. It pops over into the most significant bit bank. And then the most significant bit bank, we can see the same thing kind of happening here as we count up. Boom, boom, boom. And then that's our full travel. So we get 2 1s there. And then it's 1 1 0 1 1 0 0 and then a 1 would be the maximum. I could calculate that out, but yeah, pretty cool. I mean, that's a pretty broad range. The amount that it takes to change by one binary number, I can barely observe that. So that distance change. It's like nothing. but we do get this nice broad range. So the higher the bits that we look at, the more broad of a sense of the movement we're getting. Endianus, what is that? Is it the number counting system that you're talking about? This isn't gray code. This is just regular old binary, but yeah. But the cool thing is that we're not just observing a voltage level. We are observing a request for the pin states. Oh, big Edian versus little Edian. I think so. I don't remember. I'd have to look that up. Your Googling is as good as mine at this point. Left, well, yeah, I don't really refer to it as Edian. I just say MSB to LSB or LSB to MSB. That's the way I understand it. Yeah. I don't know. My involvement in all that stuff is more about communication and education than it is education and communication. So, but I think you're right. I think you're correct. What we're actually observing here is a device requesting for an address from its brethren over here. This thing latching the inputs, finding a voltage level that is essentially stable, and giving back a reply. What's amazing is how stable that voltage level is coming back. Typically, in a sensor, you would see what's going on with the brake pedal, and the brake pedal is the one that keeps jumping around. Jump up, jump up, jump up, jump up, and get down. Hold on, where is that? See, this is the check. No, it just jumped. It jumped like a huge amount. What are you doing? Give me back this thing. All right. So this is the checksum back here. This is going to vary wildly depending on, it's basically, the checksum is basically a math problem that ensures that both devices get the same answer to the math problem. And if they do, that means all the correct data is there. There's not much else to checksums than that. They can be complicated. This right here is a constantly twitching little signal because it's coming back from an extremely sensitive load cell. So just my touching it or just ambient noise in the area, like electrical noise, like these little spikes here are actually from my lights, those could be causing deviations in the very sensitive load cell. We've allowed the load cell to have 3 bytes of data, which is a lot, and I don't know if it really needs, but we allowed it to have that. What we're going to do tomorrow, once we finish up the shifter, what we're going to do is try to get these numbers on a chart so that we can observe them, and then I can determine what the range from value to value is. I specifically made it so that this LIN bus signal is the raw value of whatever the microcontroller is reading, and then we sort of put it into good form when we put it into the microcontroller. Are there any oscilloscopes that are cheap enough for people like me that are just sticking around? Absolutely. I don't know them very well because I bought the Rigol in 1924 and I've been using it since. The DS1054Z was the affordable way to get a professional 4-channel oscilloscope, and then you hack it and unlock a lot of stuff. That was like an amazing business decision from Rigol to have a hackable, it was probably an accident, but it made them the most popular scope for a while for the hobbyist. Now, since then, since the 1930s or 20s, there's been a lot of movements, a lot of bowel movements in the whole sort of, I like to say, pantheon of test devices out there, right? A lot of companies have come into that space and they've been making stuff that's nice and cheap. The screens are cheaper, Raspberry Pis are cheaper, you know, all the driving stuff of some piece of complicated electronics is like, you know, you can build an oscilloscope. I could build an oscilloscope now, but these companies have come in and they've made really good, much cheaper test equipment. I don't know anything about them. So if you learn something cool, feel free to share it in the Discord. We have a Discord that I am constantly on because it's my whole life. No, I'm constantly on the Discord. You can check me out there. I will be there between streams. I'm streaming all week this week. I say that, but it's not all week. I'm not streaming Friday. I'm going to be puppy sitting an adorable little puppy named Jelly, the golden retriever. It's possible if Jelly is comfortable around here and likes hanging out in the shop, I could do a stream where, you know, we just noodle around with the dog and hang out. but I'm not promising that because I just don't know. You know, she could like to wander around upstairs. She might be worried that her, you know, she's never been away or whatever. Actually, I think she has. But, you know, I don't know. Anything can happen with the dog. It might not be comfortable here, so I'm not going to necessarily say that I will definitely stream. That's up in the air. And also, I will have streamed for 4 days in a row, which is torture. I'm back tomorrow, though. I'm back tomorrow, and we're going to work more on this system. I really want to hammer away at this thing. I want to knock this whole thing out because we've got a couple hardware things. We got a couple software things. Then we go into reverse engineering the protocol for Bluetooth. Not Bluetooth directly, but whatever serial communication the Bluetooth is doing, we're going to unravel that. And we're going to take a look at that signal and try to spoof it. And once that's spoofed and I get everything bolted up back together, we can do some My Summer Car streaming. So I'm working really hard to do that. And also, I want to clear this off of the bench so that we can work full force on Burn the Subs. We'll do Burn the Subs, and I'll break it up with some other little things in the sort of in the meantime, in the in-between space. We'll get back to variety soon. But for now, I bid you all farewell. I will be back in approximately whatever time the end card says. Did we lose an OctoJ? He's probably like making dinner or something again. Oh, he got it. There it is. 19 hours, 41 minutes, and 53 seconds. Until then, have fun, you guys, and I'll be on Discord. Yeah, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate everybody hanging out with me, and I'll catch y'all later. That's not my send-off. That was like a way too southern. I don't know. I'm not that, you know, I'm a Philly per. It should be like more of a Philadelphia.